Hey, what's going on? We're right into our first hand here of our 510 edition of TCH Live. Mike Gamblett, Aaron McAvoy with you here. Super team gathered as we started our hand here with the opening bomb pot. We welcome you all in, Chat Pros Legends. And here with the opening bomb pot. We welcome you all in, Chat Pros Legends, friends of all. Smash that like button. Let's go. So we've got on the king, the legend. This guy played in our first ever stream. And every time he comes here, it is always just a fantastic spectacle and sight to behold. As you see Chaz playing to the right of Bones, who's got a hand that he had flopped a Jack-High heart draw and 2 pairs. So I believe he had bet 250 and got called in 2 spots. I believe David in this hand sweep had some issues as far as with the scanning of his hand was like 6-4. So at this point, we're trying to maneuver the action. But either way, we want to welcome you all in. We're gathered up, huddled around with all our favorites. Aaron, hey, tough break, but you had yourself a heck of a weekend out in Houston. Why don't you tell us about that?
Yeah, I sure did. So I'm definitely kind of exhausted today. So if I don't have my usual energy, it's because I was up playing last night till just about 2 a.m., maybe even a little bit after. We were going to have a hard stop at the end of level 28, which is at like a little after 2:30, 2:40 a.m. And I was the short stack, managed to ladder up a couple of spots, just kind of folding my garbage left and right, watching the big stacks sort of raise and take it. And, just got whittled down. Blinds kept going up. And, that was just the end of it. Went out in 18th. But anyways, then just kind of mad dogged at home last night. Got home at like 5:15 a.m. So anyways.
Yeah. I figured
kind of a long weekend.
I was like, I don't know if you're going to stay there or come back. But I was like, hey, if you were able to vent, and we can all give you a big hug and congrats around your friends. Be like, yeah, that's our boy. Came back. But, the variance of tournament poker is the roughest. So we've gotten to a turn here on this bomb pot. On had fired. Okay, no, David had fired 600 on, decided to call. And now here with this run out, we were trying to get his card scanned. So what we do understand was David has a straight, or at least indicated to the players in the hand that was his holding. So,
okay.
So this is kind of where we got. All right, we've got on either making a call.
On calling here with the overpair?
It may just be the indication of the sign of the times to come here tonight on TCH Live, as the mystery of PLO bomb pots. Sometimes there can be some very expensive lessons as to how to value some hands there. So, all right, Mike Gamblett, Aaron McAvoy, assistant producer Carolyn, junior producer Seth. As we go back here in the chat, Nick from Yuma, Racer Nerd and Chat Legend, Hey Dude, and Hoodie Talkin', Jimmy Bluffett, my good friend Jimmy Bluffett here in the house, the Derek and Sierra Whitener. So another 510 edition. Looks like we have a really good lineup, as barely been able to kind of scan the table. As we've got On in the mix, we've got E, Bones, Big Daddy Chaz, it's Slicer.
We got Sparks in the mix, I think. I think I saw him over there on the end of the table as well. So, some plenty of familiar faces here. And, we're just trying to get it figured out if this was a card read error or what. So, I think we're going to get caught up on the action here shortly.
Yeah.
All of this Omaha will get wiped away.
Absolutely. So, we got William Lottie here in the chat.
Hey, what's up, Will? Thanks, man. Yeah, nice run for you, too. I wish one of us could have really made a deep push into the final table, but June Park is an Austinite, and he is at the final table, so a little shout-out to June, and good luck to you, buddy. Go ahead and take it down.
Repping that Austin scene. I got our good friend David Brailer here in the chat. What's going on, friend? So hit that like button if you've not, while we await the beginning here of our next hand of our 5-10 cash game. Usually tons of straddles. It's our Monday game, our showcase game, at least our favorite here of the week. And boy, it has been nuts all across. Every single one of these, I'm sitting there like, okay, maybe this is going to be like there's going to be just a moderate night, and every night it just seems to get more nuts. So there have been some really great streams here as of late, and we hope that continues. It looks like we've got a heck of a lineup to be able to do it, so we're going to load it. We're going to find it out. So anyway, if you're looking for it, so Aaron, you're going to go up to Dallas to go play that $250K guaranteed tournament that's coming up, I think, like next week, or are you starting to feel the fatigue? Because, I mean, there's been big tournament after big tournament. And
it is. It's like every weekend now, and whether it's here or somewhere else where they're just, like, crushing guarantees, like down in Florida where they set a $2 million guarantee and had over 8. I mean, so the fatigue definitely will set in. It's only a matter of time. And so this coming weekend, I'm not going to Dallas. I'm going against the grain of poker grind nonstop, and I'm going to go and spend some time with friends and family up in Colorado for my birthday. So
yes,
that's going to be a nice little vacation, time to unwind, get away from the felt for a little while, and then I'll come back nice and rejuvenated and hopefully ready to take one down.
Well, that's an important thing. It's just got to be able to have the balance. And, yeah, I have mad respect for the guys who grind it, but it's also, I don't know, I think being inundated sometimes can make you bitter towards the game and process and stuff. So it's, and I'm not trying to say that to you. I'm just saying, like, it is just a very mentally high variance experience, I think, in some of these tournaments. Yes, no.
Yes.
I mean, you're a more reasonable human being, so I'm just saying, in the scan of the normal degen that's out there chasing dreams. And
yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of things in just the poker ecosystem at large that, like, I mean, there's so many different factors, but one of the things, and I'm just going to go off on a tangent here because my brain isn't working the best, and that's just what I'm going to do. But
sure.
One of the things that's kind of crazy about these guarantees that they're doing now is that because they're always re-entry and rebuy tournaments, there's just, you know, the move has been so much away from the freeze-out structure tournament in order to boost the prize pool that you'll have people go into these tournaments and bust their first bullet. Okay, cool. I'll reload and I'll fire my second bullet. Oh, damn. Okay, I busted that one too. Wait, which flight is this? Flight A? How many are there? 7, 8? Like, flights?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got all these chances to get in. By the time you're in for your 6th bullet or whatever, like if you haven't really planned out your strategy, looked at your bankroll, what can you afford, how many you're going to fire, like, people will deplete themselves. And I'm not saying that this is just like happening to everybody. It's going to be a small percentage of the overall field, but I mean, for some people it's like you fire, and if you're thinking about it, it's like it doesn't matter how many bullets you're in. Because if you're going to play a $400 tournament today or a $400 tournament next week, like, it's all the same thing. So it doesn't matter how many you're in for that one. But, like, if you burn up your bankroll right now, well, then you don't have the money to play next week.
And that's always the thing that I try to get across every once in a while is just don't try to go beyond your means. As appealing as it sounds, like, for every miracle story of somebody that hit their shot, there's thousands upon thousands of people who've gone bust because they just, didn't take the right calculated chances. So, hey, play responsibly. If you want to play in a game like this, you got to be able to handle some of the swings. Because you get hands like this, you get Jeremy 3-betting, you've got David here in the mix with queens. We have Big Daddy Chaz 4-betting on the button here to 625, which provokes a 5-bet raise by Bones with ace-king off, and back here to David, sitting here going, what do I do here with my ladies?
Yeah, and he's really just given away the strength of his hand with that sort of body language that he just exhibited. So, he's going to go for, I'm in for 40, and that's all I need to do, and just let the queens go. I don't think this is the wrong move or anything. I mean, we can see the cards, so we can see that he's ahead. But given the action as it played out, there's just really no conceivable way that queens are going to play good or, like, very strongly against the ranges that have been represented.
Aaron McAvoy with us here in the house, TCH Live, Monday 5/10 edition. Our chat is bubbling. and expect some pretty good hands here. So, yeah, and I'm not trying to be a buzzkill. It's just one of those things that I think it also happened when all these WPT stops had like these 10K tournaments, and eventually, like you want. I think just for everybody, the fact that if you have a healthy poker ecosystem, that then you just don't have the huge swings that could potentially, in the long run, dry up the player pool. So it's
and
play responsibly. Yeah.
Exactly, and again, I'm saying this is a small percentage of the overall pool of players, the field that actually like run into these spots because it gets a little bit over their head and before they know it. But I mean, here's just a little tip out there to everybody. Like before you go and play one of these big tournaments, like set yourself a number of buy-ins, a number of bullets that you're going to fire before you walk through the doors. Whether it's for a multi-flight or whatever it is, just like set a number for yourself and then stick to it. Because like that number should be set based on what you feel comfortable doing. And then if you bust those really quick and you're like, damn it, I want to keep going, like just hold to the fact like, no, sometimes we're going to run bad. Most of the time we're going to run bad in tournaments.
Just the tip?
Just
the tip. Just the tip.
All right.
That's right.
All right, we got J1 here with aces, as we've already gone. Raise, 3-bet, 4-bet in our first couple of hands.
Yeah, this has been pretty spectacular. All sorts of big cards coming in here. And J1 here taking this up. This is a very large sizing, all things considered. Oh, actually, no, sorry. I'm sorry. Sparks was the initial raiser Big Daddy Chaz called. So, okay, this makes a lot of sense. Especially from the small blind. Okay. So back over to Sparks now with the red 10s. And, yeah, once again, this is a situation where, like, your hand just plays really poorly against this range that's being represented with the cold 4 out of the small blind there.
All right. Let me actually see if because it was on that opened to 60 with trash, essentially, is what it looked like. So on opened and to, like, a small, like, to 60, and then that's when Sparks. Okay, so that makes more sense. So nonetheless, continue here. TCH Live, hit that like button for us. Keep meeting all you new subscribers here, sitting at 17,400 total, and off in the early running. We've already looked like we've got a fantastic game here. So, all right, our good friend Jimmy Pluffett, don't empty the clip if you can't afford it. Play rebuys within your bankrolls, kids. So. Yeah, it's there's a lot of excitement though for it, and I think hey, people probably have been sitting on the sidelines for a while, or just I'm glad we're at least heading more and more in that direction. So hope everything continues.
Yeah, and I think, there's obviously been just a thirst in the poker community too for these big tournaments, because every single time somebody puts a big guarantee or something out there, it just gets crushed. There's been a few exceptions here.
Sure, but it's
by and large, yeah. If it's promoted well, if it's managed well, then it's getting the recognition, and the players are coming in, even from out of town. There were a ton of people that I knew from out of town down there in Houston. It was fantastic. So, got to hang out with some old friends and see some faces I hadn't seen in a while. So that was very nice. All right, heads up to a flop here as BDC going to go ahead and call this 4-bet out of position. Queen 8 suited getting a reasonable price, he thinks. Checks it over. J-Win's going to go very small, 150 into 850, and this is even a bigger down bet than you'll see.
Yeah,
most
even
players
Chaz kind of laughing at that, like, what the hell just happened here?
Well, he bricked that as hard as he possibly could, so yeah, he can't even call the 1/7 pot size bet, which is very small. I guess it was 1/6. Yeah, about 1/6. So, anyways, there you have it. So a lot of people these days are going for the 1/4 pot on flops that they have the dramatic range advantage on, and 1/6 is starting to get a little bit far away from that. But you know what? Everybody does their own thing, and J-Win, I'm sure, has his own reasons for doing what he does. So.
It's the method of the madness. We sometimes learn alongside him each and every week in some of these cash games. So, all right, Tyler, which I hope he didn't take offense because I thought because of the sideburns, kind of reminds you of Cousin Mo's. But He could step out there and play too. So the very good slicer. Now I'm going to put in a 3-bet here to 250. Nick from Yuma saying the stream has 0 chance with E. McKenzie here at this table. That is true. I was just like, I didn't know if I wanted to say it or not. I mean, that might explain the early struggles in the first hand here for the most part. Like, it might have been E's fault. I'm not saying it was, but it's, so he's a person of interest.
Yeah, we had issues, and he was in the building, therefore.
Easy correlation.
Exactly.
All right, so going to have a $20 straddle here as, again, we had our WPT Steps Tournament final table yesterday. We had our monthly main event that George the Bronstein Bomber won, so he's the second of our monthly main event. And once we get 6 main event champions, then we'll play down to the final table and then that winner will go to Steps 4 for the WPT Steps Championship. All explained on our website, texascardhouse.com, if you want to understand the tournament schedule, Sundays and Tuesdays here in Austin, and also at a card room near you. So, Aaron, we got Jeremy opening with aces on, coming out into the small blind here with 70.
Yeah, he's got a couple of trays. He's going to go set mining, and Tyler will complete closing the action out of the straddle. King 6 suited, that's definitely going to be a little bit on the loose-ish side, but because he's suited, he can get away with this and getting a reasonable price if he makes a flush. That's pretty often going to be the best one. So what do we got here? 10, Jack, 5, 2 tone. And yeah, Jeremy's just going to get to bet at this and on, though not going anywhere. As this looks like...
wound up being either somebody bet 125 or one called, so let me scan it.
Unless on donk led out here, I think this was checks over to Jeremy and a bet a 125 call and fold from Tyler. I believe that's the action, but I missed exactly what happened there. So we'll continue along as though that is the case. Tyler is no longer in the hand. There we go. Updating. 9 of clubs here on the turn. That does put a lot of 2-pair and straight combinations out there. Well, maybe not a lot, but like King Queen unblocked by Jeremy. King Queen a reasonable holding for on. So this is a little bit dangerous to continue on, but he does continue going for value, 275 here. And on looks like he's lining up a big bluff raise. And if he does, I'm not sure if Jeremy's going anywhere right away, but this is going to make him sick to his stomach. You can already see him looking off to the side there. You never like to get check raised in a spot with the board looking like this. Yeah, this is just going to get through. And this is the danger of continuing to bet your over pairs just like street, just like over and over and over, because yes, it's a strong hand, but it's not going to be like one pair hands are not always like dominating these boards, especially that board right there. So it would have been prudent for him to slow down, and then if on goes and bets something like 3/4 pot or something on the river, he can just safely call. But when he gets check raised there, he knows that it could just well be the remaining 2.5K getting shipped in his face on the river, and he can't deal with that. So.
And, I mean, to your point, too, it is also, like, situation and player dependent where, like, you're not saying, like, hey, every time I'm going to check my overpairs in the spot, but there are scenarios, I think, as players, you have enough intuition as to, how much force do you want to withstand at that point in juncture where there's still a lot of mystery and while you're still defining hands. So,
yeah, I made a mistake in the tournament, actually, with kings, sort of doing a similar thing where I checked back the flop and then thought that I could go for 2 streets against my opponent. Because it was sort of a scary board. It was monotone flop, and I did not control the king of clubs. And so check on the flop, and then thought after he checked again on the turn that it was safe to go for 2 streets of value. And I ended up getting the check jam on the river. And I was getting a price where I needed to be right 1 in 4 times to break even over the long haul. It didn't feel great, but I did stick in the call. I also had enough chips to withstand it, still have about 30 bigs remaining. Sure enough, my opponent had flopped a flush, and it was one of those spots, again, where in hindsight, it's like, if I had just like taken a break and been like, look, there are a ton of hands out here,
Sure.
sets, 2 pairs, flushes,
Yep.
that like, I have a 1 pair holding. I should just try to get to showdown. And had I done so, he would have turned over the nut flush, and I would have been like, sweet, I got away for free.
And speaking of 1 pair holdings, we've got Bones with 8s and aces with a king. It got checked through. Once this one went to 4 ways, he was on and got out front first. Bones wound up turning a pair of 8s. Hey, Jeremy. All right. Appreciate our dealers here. I understand it could be kind of a tough spot. So anyway, we've got Bones here, 8s and aces. Gonna scoop this pot as gather it on up here and move on to the next hand here on TCH Live. Hey, we got Bart Hansen here in the chat. Hey, Bart. A couple of people checking in from the Crush Live call-in shows. And I believe maybe coming on in next week. I haven't quite confirmed, but nonetheless, boy, Ethan, hell yeah, Monday night cash game action. But wondering if, I've got the YouTube open here on my end. It seems relatively fine, but...
We got Bart Hansen joining us here. What's going on, Bart?
Hey, Andrew Vadine Poker Vlogs. Aaron Nitt rolled the player this weekend. JK, laugh emoji, like...
It's actually a funny story, and I'll be happy to get into it as we've got a deck spread here for a new deck coming in, so a little bit of dead time. So this is an interesting hand. Clearly, Andrew had either saw this on the vlog or whatever, but so I opened King 9 of spades in early middle position, definitely sort of the bottom of my range, opening range there.
Sure.
Get called in the cutoff and a player in the blind. Flop Ace King King. Blind checks. I lead for very small sizing, like 1.5 big blinds. And the player in the cutoff who had both of us covered just rips his entire stack in for like 5x the pot. And covering both of us for like 35 big blinds effective.
Right.
And so the blind folds and it's back over to me, and I have to call off my stack, and I obviously have trip kings, but like, what on earth just happened, right? Like, this is bananas. Like, I have this fantastic hand, and someone just ripped it all in, and it's like, let me think of a bluff that this guy's got. Like,
right.
What, Queen 10? Queen Jack with a backdoor? Like, why would you? None of it made sense. And I'm like, he wouldn't do this with an ace because that's just bananas, right? Like,
it's just hashtag Texas Poker. That's a...
Yeah.
Just anything that you can't understand, you just go hashtag Texas Poker. You shrug and you just kind of move on to the next hand, just because otherwise you might go deeper into madness. And
I definitely did. As I got the clock called on me, went all the way to the end of my time. Did put in the call because I was like, all right, I guess not. Like whatever this is, I have no idea. And I called. Sure enough, the guy had Jack 8 offsuit for complete air and just about running. He was running, or he was dead to running cards for a chop. Or I guess he could have gotten a straight. So, anyways, weird spot. Very weird
Texas
spot.
Poker is alive and well, Aaron. So, I guess with that in mind, we're just overdue.
You done messed up, Aaron!
Well, luckily I called and did ship the pot. It was a very nice double up, but it was a very stressful thing. And yeah, he the man who made the bluff was like baffled that I hadn't called earlier, and I was like, and he's like, "What the hell are you doing?" I was like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Using that thinking part of your brain instead of that doing part of your brain there.
You freaked me out with that. My 9 kicker beats nothing, except for Jack 8.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Jay Wynn here with some pocket queens. Thought I was going to scream it, didn't you? All right, we got Jeremy calling with pocket 9s. David and Sparks all in between. So there's been a heck of a lot of money being tossed around here as 4 ways, Jack 6.
Yeah, and just a ton of premium hands here, really, or like good hands. You know, definitely top 15, 20% of hands.
So trips, we got the overpair. We got a nut flush draw for Sparks. Sparks has been having some really good weeks here on the live stream. And he'll get the chance to fire on into this one, and we'll see how all this unveils, because I would imagine Jay Wynn going to call, and then at that point, what does Big Daddy Chaz decide to trap? Decide to...
Jeremy is getting roped into this himself. Seeing all of these checks up front has led him to believe that jacks and nines could be the best hand. Big Daddy Chaz, though, however, does have trip jacks with the king kicker and is going to go for the check raise here, as he should. You need to charge the flush draw to see the turn, and you don't want all of these pairs to kind of get a reasonable price to somehow stick around and boat up on you. So he does raise it up to 1.8K. Back over to Sparks now, who is probably asking himself, why didn't I just check and see a turn? But now for another 1.3K, question is, does he peel one off? Or does he go for the jam?
It seems most reasonable he would just call here, but...
Yes. I mean, that is definitely going to be the more orthodox line, and, you know, you could obviously just be shoving into a hand that's already just got you toast, something like pocket sixes. But, yeah, so he is going to peel one off here, heads up to the turn after the pocket nines gets out of the way. And
we're going to get ruled off here, so...
Oh, Jay Wynn.
Yeah, Jay Wynn getting raised off of pocket queens because of the raise there by Big Daddy Chaz, which, you know, imagine if Chaz just calls, or maybe...
Well, this is exactly why Big Daddy Chaz needed to put in that raise. I think it was exactly the right move. It's to get those hands that we're drawing thin, but, like, if you add up enough of them, right, you put nines and queens in there, now that's 4 outs out of the deck, in addition to the hearts that you're probably trying to fade from Sparks. And indeed you are.
And probably get, you know, more value from a potentially other player that also has trip jacks, which, I mean, that's probably, there's not too many combos of that left at that point, but it's also the most reasonable hand you're going to get called by, plus if you get taken over the top, you can probably reasonably assume you're probably up through sixes full. So it is 8 of hearts on the river. Sparks has made his hand. See how much this river bet is going to be, and if Big Daddy Chaz is going to pay it off. So,
yeah, just about half of the jacks, I think pretty much exactly half of the jacks that Big Daddy Chaz was beating caught up on that turn. So he goes into check mode. He says Jack Queen now has a full house, so there's no sense in continuing to bloat this pot. Let me just go ahead and check. Sparks checks behind. Obviously, we get this heart on the end. Does give Sparks the flush. Big Daddy Chaz, of course, just going to check it over. And now with 5.4K in the middle, Sparks has to choose a sizing that can get paid off. And he's got to assume that Big Daddy Chaz has a jack, right? Like, if somehow Chaz has, like, I guess I can't really think of another hand that he would go for the check raise on the flop with that isn't a jack. So...
And
I
this
mean,
is,
I guess
I think,
6 is full, but you continue betting those. Sorry, continue.
No, I think this is just kind of like an example when we talk about multi-way pots and hands of those kind of value, where you kind of make it transparent to a degree, the kind of the strength of your hand. But with that in mind, when you put that information out, and then you face this bet, like, how do you use your decision making forward? So that's... And Chaz has generally been pretty good in these spots as to being able to recognize what these hands tend to be, but he is going to make the call here as not a believer. He's like, would Sparks actually call me here with just a ace-high heart draw? And he's actually going to rip it. Oh! For the remainder of his 2.5K, which is repping really ridiculously strong.
Yeah, Big Daddy Chaz taking the trips, turning it into a bluff. And yeah, Sparks is like, yeah, I can't fold now. Too much went in. And Big Daddy Chaz going to look back on this and be like, you know, it did look strong because it was such a small amount more to go all in for, right? Like, the smaller the amount of the raise, like, the more strong it looks, because it's like, oh my god, like, of course the pot odds are massive, like, I'm gonna call you all the time. But Yeah, you just needed a little bit more fold equity there. Just something like 3 to 3.5K. Maybe Sparks was like, oh, God, he's got a boat here every time and does find the fold. But certainly not for the amount that he had remaining. And Sparks going to get a nice little double up right there.
Right now, the top punt returner in all of the TCH live streams is Sparks. He has been catching a few and taking them the distance. So, but I mean, that is the swings of these games, man. To get people competitive streets, you get really tough spots that, hey, well, we sit and call it. We get to be kind of armchair professors on this, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, so there's some people in here that are like kind of trolling a little bit and being like talking about like Queen Jack. No, you can't always put him on Queen Jack and stuff.
Yeah.
And
I don't think Chaz is going to be like, I played that awesome, but like.
And I don't think it's because he puts his opponent on Queen Jack. The thing is that in poker, you're not putting your opponent on a single hand. When I was talking about Queen Jack, it's not that, oh, I think he's got Queen Jack. It's like part of the opponent's range that you can beat, that you want to get value from, right? That's what you're targeting.
Right.
And then you have the portion of your opponent's range that can beat you, and you have to weigh the odds or the probability that he has part of the range that's beating you versus part that you beat and that you can get value from when you have to decide if you're going to make a bet. And Big Daddy Chaz, when that queen peels off, a sizable chunk of the hands that he was beating on the flop are now beating him. And whether he played this hand perfectly or not, like I think it's completely reasonable to recognize that shift in range equity and go for a check there. You obviously allow your opponent to peel off a free river card if they are on the flush draw, which is what happened.
Yep.
But that's also a portion of the range and not the entirety of it. So everyone's going to be a critic in their own way, but
we found out Chaz is human. That was the word I was looking for. He is a human being. He is not a machine. But
and honestly,
if there's anybody who's been just as phenomenal in some of these streams, but might have been a little advertisement out there that some of these chips are in play. So you may also open the door in the future with that play for players to kind of be faced in that spot going like, well, he's the value champ, that kind of hand. Maybe I get paid off in the future. Just there's a silver lining in everything, but I'm sure when he goes back to review this, it's not going to be a shining moment of happiness. So as it may be, Sparks continuing to run in some really nice situations here on our TCH Live 510 stream. Whew, what a hand here to get going. So on opening here up to 60 off the $20 straddle bones, going to call it the old 9-6. Getting himself a massage here from at Texas Royal Touch. $1.50 a minute. On going to bet his hand at 255 and pretty much an easy fold out of the straddle defend by bones is, boy.
Oh, my God.
There is nothing that ignites Chat Pro City quite like a play by Chaz. We welcome you guys.
This is fantastic.
I love it. No, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah. No, I love reading through and seeing, like, how butthurt some people get about, like, what happened and, like, what the commentary is. And, like, I was about to say something, and I'm going to say it anyways because, like,
sure,
I still think it's fantastic. Like, Big Daddy Chaz, like, there are people who just are incapable of comprehending what he tried to do there on the river. And that's fine because that was a really high-level play. Like, is it going to work every time? No. Did it work that time? No. So it looks like this spectacular failure. It looks like, what the hell did you just do?
Right.
But if you understood, like, what he was trying to do there, or at least the possibility, right? I don't know. I'm not him.
That it's like I've already raised the hand that he can rep Queen Jack there, but it's just the fact that, hey.
Well, he can get paid by worse and sometimes get a better hand to fold. That's the point of the jam on the end, I think. Now,
it's just probably not enough to be able to put his max pressure because it's just too much money put in by Spark. So the play in itself, I think, is really interesting, but it's just like the amount of money in that point in the situation just it led to that result. So, hey, Texas Poker, hashtag, let's go. We've got straddled hand, limped around. Going to go three ways here with ace-6 of diamonds. That's on here with an ace-high diamond draw. Not sure exactly what Gia Wynn has, but we do know Bones has bricked this.
Oh, man. Oh, these are good. These are really good comments. All right.
Yeah.
We love it. Thanks for coming in here, guys. And we always appreciate what you guys have to say. Really do. Whether you guys are critical of the players, of us, or trying to chip in and have a good conversation with each other, keep it up. We love you. And help us out. Hit that like button while you're at it.
Yeah, no kidding. If you're going to be out here in the chat streets, make sure to smash on that like and click subscribe for checking us out here for the first time. We do stream 6 nights a week. Monday, this has kind of been our showcase game from the start, our 5-10 game here in Austin. Tuesday and Wednesday is TCH Dallas nights, with Tuesday being that 5-10-20 Mondo game that has been attracting a lot of viewers, and hope you guys continue to enjoy that. I believe Big O Wednesday happening, and then Thursday 2-5 edition. Then we've got tournaments on Saturday and Sunday. So we got enough to keep all the chat pros talking and interested, and we're glad you're joining us here, as we've got just nothing in those hands. So we'll move on here to the next one.
Jaywin just ran him over with his big blind on that one. And, so we're just going to cruise right along here on to the next one. Let's see here. So did Big Daddy Chaz have a Pokemon in play? Did one get shipped over to Sparks? Yes, it did.
Yeah, it does appear so.
Did Sparks start with the Pikachu, or which one did he get from Chaz?
We're going to have
Snorlax.
to go back.
Snorlax was shipped over from Chaz. There it is.
All right, so we'll keep it going here tonight on TCH Live. Again, that really does help us once we get more likes out there. It shoots us out amongst the poker universe where, hey, there's been fantastic content. There's especially highlight reels that showcasing what has been so attractive about poker here in Texas. So it's doing a part for the best of us, for all of us here for the great state of Texas and poker thriving. Hit that like button for us, and let's keep going here. So we've got Slicer opening with a mystery hand to Hundo, J1 calling, and E most likely going to be putting in a raise. So see what sizing he chooses. He's going to make a 3-bet here to 485. Slicer's hand will get on out, and he will just take this without seeing a flop. So, hey, Brutus Poker Vlog, checking on in, a good friend. So congrats on the finish, Aaron.
Hey, thanks, man.
J1 has the Pikachu before.
Yeah, he had that one, maybe last week or whenever it was, but I can't quite see what that is now. I'm also not a big Pokemon guy, so I don't really know all the different characters.
Yeah,
so I don't know what J1's rocking today.
I really need to kind of do some research into more of it so I can make sure I'm on task, because the people demand to know where these Pikachus are coming from and where they're going.
And I think you probably need some like Pikachu sound effects for like some all-in pots or something.
Got to take up another hobby, Aaron. I'm running out of time here, so
do it for the people, Mikey.
Yeah, I'll come back like a month later, like, dude, I've been watching Pokemon for the last three weeks. You can tell I haven't slept.
Clockwork Orange style, just like eyes taped back. You're just absorbing it all.
It's just a shell of myself as I have dipped into anime or something. So Jeremy opens here to 75. Bone's going to call with pocket sixes and flop bottom set. Jeremy here with top pair and a nut flush draw. Okay, we've got action.
Yes, we do. All the chips could end up in the middle here before long. Interesting to see how Bones plays this on his monotone board and how Jeremy responds when Bones does go for the 4x raise here. So let's see. Back over to Jeremy. No reason to raise indeed. He is just going to call. And an ace here on the turn. Things get even spicier. So Jeremy now drawing to more than just the 9 outs for the spades. Any ace, any 10. Going to go ahead and give him the best hand as well. Checks it over. Bones likely to go for a large sizing here. Maybe even an overbet. What is this? I see one pink chip for sure. It's just 500, so okay.
Yeah, it's right behind the...
Yeah, just about 80% pot here. And, yeah, Jeremy going to go ahead and check call. Will we get fireworks here on the end?
Oh,
we will.
Oh, wow.
Now Bones is like, please do have a flush, whereas before he's like, don't have a flush already. And now Jeremy checks it over, and this is very likely going to give Bones the opportunity to go for value against a flopped flush.
Or any, potential trip 10 hands that...
Yeah, that just nutted up and called the turn bet. Yeah, I don't think that Jeremy's going to have a lot of
some
tens.
10x combos with like any king or queen, so it's not. I mean, that could include, I think, a portion of the hands that Bones may think Jeremy has, but
Yeah,
this is. Boy, I wonder if Jeremy's going to be able to get paid off here in the spot and decide to go here for the check bomb all in on the river.
Yeah, I think he will get paid off because the thing is that Bones will beat some value hands that Jeremy will check shove on the end. So imagine the ace high flush blocks like, I guess it would block the tens full of aces, right? You could safely go all in for value with the ace high flush. So Bones probably like not feeling great about this, but
Probably could recognize there are some times where it's aces full or sevens full or 10, but it's just here's an instance here where we get a check jam all in, and this time it is the strongest of the strongest hands. So we're gonna count out the number here for Jeremy. And now this is going to be 1.8 to call into a pot now of 5.3. So now Bones a little befuddled here. He's going to have to pause the massage. And
yeah, so 1.8 a pot. That's going to go up to 7.1 if he calls. So 1.8 to 7.1. I mean, yeah, he's got to be right like just about exactly 1 in 4 times. To break even. That is a really good price. And like I said, like it's not a big portion necessarily of Jeremy's check raise range on the end to be the nut flush, but there is going to be some of that in there. And when you can beat any of your opponent's value and all of their bluffs, which I guess the other question is, does your opponent have any bluffs? And so then it's like, all right, now I should weigh just the value that I can beat versus the value that beats me. And if Jeremy never has any bluffs, then Bones actually can get away from this. But this is still a tough spot.
so there's still a decision back here on Bones, which now understandably it's a pretty big pot here. So, and not a very frequent line that you tend to see in these spots where check jam river just doesn't happen even very frequently.
Yep.
Though that we've seen it now twice in probably the last 25 minutes or so. But
yeah, it looked like Bones had grabbed the old 1 chip and was like ready to flick it in. And I don't know, maybe I missed something behind the graphic there. But now he's back to shuffling. So back in the tank.
yeah. We might need a broth bomb just to have to get fired up here, Aaron. Just try to get to the appropriate level. It's.
If we get to 500 likes, Bones will have Jeremy break and reset his finger on the stream.
What?
Break and reset his finger.
That sounds amazing.
This seems a little bit cryptic.
He's a doctor, so yeah.
Oh, okay. 500 likes.
I don't think he's gonna. I think he probably will back out of that.
Okay, 500 likes, and Bones will allow Jeremy to first break his finger and then set it, because Jeremy's a doctor and therefore all things will be fine. Wow. Okay. All right. Let's get to 500 likes.
He really does really appreciate the stream. I think it's, but he only appreciates those who appreciate us. So keep pumping that like button up here. 71 likes here. Those are rookie numbers. Let's pump those numbers up here, kids. So, all right, still back to the decision. Back here to Bones.
So Jeremy definitely not exuding any like nervousness, and Bones may just be taking his time here to kind of just like feel out like how Jeremy's body language develops over the course of the tank, because sometimes your opponent, when they're like really confident in their hand, will start to get a little bit annoyed that you haven't paid them already, and you can pick up on that. If someone is like, please fold because I'm bluffing, like as the time goes on, they're just going to like kind of like sit there like, at what point do I call the clock, and then do I look like I'm trying to get them to fold, right? And then you can pick up on that. So who knows if that's what's in play. But Bones definitely still in the tank trying to figure out his life because he's getting such a good price and probably recognizing that, yeah, Jeremy just doesn't have very many bluffs. He does beat the nut flush value, and that's just about it. So he is going to pay it off, and that is all she wrote on that one. So really nice hand for Jeremy. Going to get the full double up. Takes him on up to 7.1K.
Yeah, it is, from Bones' perspective, having a set in the spot just the worst kind of hand to have to go up against because it's just very specific there to that suit that's how the hand is going to play out. Nonetheless, big hand there for Jeremy. $20 straddle going to continue here for Sparks, who's had a big pot, probably one of the biggest here of the evening. That was like 15K or so earlier.
The Sparks all in against Big Daddy Chess?
Yeah, that was some ridiculous size number that continues to keep happening here in our Monday 510 edition. If you're ever looking to try to play in these games, again, at TCH live list at texascardhouse.com or text 512-843-1971, especially for the out-of-towners that, hey, getting back out here into the poker streets.
But yeah, I think about 15K is correct, what you were saying.
Oof.
Yeah. A little bit bigger than that even. Okay. All right, Slicer here, early position, ace-6 suited. He's going to put in a raise to 75. And David on the button, 5-4 suited, going to get a little bit frisky and 3-bet this to 225. 5-4 suited will give you some low card board coverage, but UTG2 is a little bit of a tough range to go up against. David says, I don't care, I'm doing it anyways. And now he's going to run into a call from on in the big blind, and Sparks waking up with ace-king off in the straddle. Going to go for a cold 4 here. Let's see what sizing he goes for.
Yeah, we've got, this looks like 12?
Yeah, 1250, I think. Yeah, and that's about right. I was thinking something around 1300 because you've just got all of this dead money in there, and you don't want to get a cascade of calls. And if one player, you know, particularly like on, wants to look you up and play it out of position, like, fantastic. So if it folds over to him and then he feels like he needs to defend for the crew, that would be a good result. However, everybody's just going to get out of the way, and that is the second, or probably the best result, actually, right there.
Yeah, only about 45 minutes here into this show. Welcome you on here in the chat. Keep banging away on that like button. Click subscribe for checking us out here for the first time. And always one of our more enjoyable nights of the week, Monday Night Poker. Mike Yumblett, Aaron McAvoy, super producer Carolyn. Follow us at tch.atx. Here on the Instagram. Find us here on Facebook. Check out our website, texascardhouse.com, which... All right, we've got Bones opening here to 75 off the $20 straddle. David also going to call here with a 10-7 of hearts. Here we go, head up. David involved with a big hand early in the PLO bomb pot, so has not had a whole lot since. And we will get our flop here between these two.
Yeah, David gonna look to dodge a 10. Looks like we do have a flop and some wagers already. We're gonna get those scanned in. 9-4-3 rainbow. Bet of 85 from Bones, and David gonna look him up with some backdoors and one overcard to the board. This is also not a flop texture that is going to connect very well with Bones' opening range from middle position. So there can definitely be some overpairs and such in there, but there's just not a lot of board pairs that are going to connect. And David, as the caller, is also going to have some of those bottom sets, just as Bones will. So These ranges just about equally matched. David peels him off. Now a bet of 275 on the turn from Bones as he continues barreling with the picked up equity from the queen on the turn. David now has to run for the hills.
Continue here, TCH Live, Monday night edition. Hey, we've had our WPT Step Series going on. Hey, this Sunday. If you're a mom, it's Mother's Day promo. Mom's playing for free. So, hey, probably no more sweeter way than to spend an afternoon here with Mom after you do your brunch or meal. Just come on down and play some cards. So,
heck yeah. Maybe do a little side bet on whether you or Mom can rack up the bigger stack.
Would you check raise your mom on Mom's Day? Well, which player would most likely do it here on this table?
Who on this table
Would
would
it be
most
Chaz?
likely check raise
I
their
just
mom?
imagine Chaz's mom being disappointed if he didn't. It's I didn't raise no soft boy here.
Yes,
it's I'm very proud of you, Chaz. I'm very proud of you, Big Daddy Chaz.
Oh man, that's fantastic. Yeah.
All right, we continue.
They'd be playing the 7 deuce game too, I'm sure.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah. Big Daddy Chaz playing the deuce game here. Bones with a couple of 4s and on ace tray of hearts. And look at that, it's 4s against 3s against 2s. All of the big pairs being represented here.
Yep, looks like Bones betting out here for 110.
Yeah, Big Daddy Chaz is going to get out of the way with effective 4th pair, but on here, bottom pair, top kicker, backdoor hearts. He sticks around. 6 of diamonds on the turn. That is going to give Bones a gutter, but now we just go check, 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 check. And on, we'll find out that his pair of 3s were pipped, and Bones will take down that small little pot right there.
Michael G. has said, make Mom pay for the draw. Charles saying, I've been called mother lots of times. Guerrero, 327, no soft play for Mom. Papa says BDC would punt to his mom. Boy, we got this very personal into mothers here. Right into the show, but all right. We've had some fantastic hands. If you've been enjoying it, make sure to keep hitting that like button for us. Fantastic content out there, continuing to be put out there, and just keep trying to keep bringing the heat here as we've had some really great games. As Jay-Win now deciding, hey, it's time to enter the action here. It opens up to 75, and now here comes On, as I expect no less to be putting a 3-bet here in the spot.
Yeah, this is a very large 3-bet, though. Let's take a look at this sizing. So 75 open, and On takes it up to 350. 350. So this is over a 4x raise. There's a 4.5x raise in position. And On's just going to get the fold right there rather than get to play in position with his opponent in a pretty tough spot. Obviously drawing live, but yeah, the large 3-bet like that is just kind of like you're just going to win sometimes and that's going to be the end of it, which is fine. But generally, you go for a little bit smaller raise size in position because you don't mind playing out a flop and stuff because you can get even more chips in the middle when you have your strong playable hands. And just a lot of times your opponent's just going to whiff anyways, so you'd rather put in the call. He's going to miss. You get to put in a C-bet and just take it down. Anyways,
Yeah.
he just ships it right there
He's got the bad beat jackpot continuing to grow amongst all of our clubs. Currently $31,462. Continuing to grow. Try to keep you posted as that jackpot continues to expand. Also, our promotion here for this month, the early bird or night owl discount. If check in before 1 o'clock, you get 20% off. You also check in after 1 a.m., that's 20% off. And if you do both, that's 40% off the hourly rate here at Texas Card House. So Sparks going to be calling the pre-flop raise here from David with pocket 8s. Dave with ace king. Big Daddy Chaz here with the old 9-5 of spades. And most Sparks here with the best of it, but not by a wide margin here at this point. There's bet of 125 here by David. Now Sparks here with a decision. Is going to decide to raise it up here, as most assuredly will drive out Chaz, and I can't imagine David wants to hang around for much longer here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit of a weird spot. Sparks can have all of the sets here. David can as well, but yeah, the two cards that he holds in his hand just don't connect well, right? If that was
Like a deuce, 6 instead of a deuce, like, he's still playing somewhat of a draw, but it's just sort of like, he is going to peel here, so he is going to get it anyway. So
yeah.
Ace right there on the turn, and Sparks' hand has completely shrunk. So what the hell do I know here, Aaron? Maybe I should just shut up.
Well, so, I mean, there's a couple of different ways you can go with this. One is that if you fold to all of the raises when you have unpaired hands, then you're going to be overfolding because it's hard to make a pair. And if you're going to call with an unpaired hand, then why not the nut-no pair, especially with a backdoor club. So it certainly makes sense as a hand to continue with if you're going to try to balance appropriately. I just don't know that many players are going to do that. David here, seemingly a strong player, and going to go ahead and not just back down to the aggression there on the flop, is going to pick up the best hand here. Checks it over. Sparks bets 900 now, and this is a little bit of a merge because I guess he's trying to potentially get his opponent to call with something like a 6, like 6-7. Or fold a pair that is actually a little bit higher than his, like 9s or 10s. So a little bit of an interesting merge here. Once again, some people that don't understand that will sort of see this as like, what the fuck is he doing? And other people just
WTF.
whatever. Yeah.
Extreme chat pro voice.
Yes.
That's why I would love this. So anyway, bet and a call. So continuing on here to the river, it is going to be the 10 of clubs. So
yeah, now Sparks knows the jig is up. Yeah, he's like, can I please just get to showdown and you somehow have 6-7 of hearts? Is that possible? That would be my guess. It is, I suppose, a possibility for Sparks to go for it. David checks now. And so Sparks could just realize, like, I'm never winning this, right? So what can I get him to fold with a big river bet? Jacks, 9s. Yeah, I'm not sure, mate. Yeah, it's kind of tough to find the hands. But Sparks doesn't look like he's going away. Yeah, he's going to go for it. He's going to pile it all in here and say, you know what, let's put him to the test. And maybe he'll fold jacks. Maybe he'll fold 9s. If David turned his hand over and was like, Sparks, do you want to try to bluff me off this? I'm not sure Sparks would go for it, but let's see. Back over to David. He does have a decision to make. He's got 3.5K behind. And if I can do the math correctly, there's just about 3K in the middle, so maybe just a shade under that. So this is a little bit over pot size jam effective from Sparks.
the decision's still going to remain here on David. They've played the stream a handful of times.
Yeah, and this is a tough spot, right? Because your opponent can have some clubs for sure, and having the king of clubs is good, but not great. You'd rather have the ace of clubs for sure, right? Because then your opponent is just like perhaps suiciding, but you just never really know. And here David is going to let it go. Spark's going to get this through, just realizing that there were people in the chat doubting his ability to bluff. And just like, no, I'm just going to put on a clinic, just like, here it is. Drop the hammer. To be fair,
I don't think he was reading the chat, but he could sense it. He could sense the forces brewing in the chat pro existence that it's like, what, these guys think I can't bluff out here. Sparks out there lighting it up.
Yeah, that was a fantastic hand. We've had a number of gigantic pots and really interesting hands, but I think that move from Sparks right there was the most interesting and probably the coolest thing that we've seen so far, at least from my own vantage point.
Yeah, and how much of having the king of clubs in his hand should or should not influence his decision, I think, at that point, because I think that's a subtlety that you can get kind of tripped up on, but it is. Boy, I'd love to know from David's point of view what he's maybe imagining his opponent on, or if he ever envisions it being ace-king also in that spot, or potentially ace-queen. But it represented a hell of a lot of strength, and, guys running hot, sometimes you're afraid of continuing up against that.
Well, so there's two schools of thought here. I think the one is that, like, in David's world, it's just like, holy crap, man. Like, I bet the flop, you raise, and I call. Then I check, call again on the turn. Like, I'm representing quite a lot of strength myself. For you to just triple off like this means that you are really strong too? Question mark, right? Like, it felt really strong from Sparks to take that line. And so the flip side of that is, okay, what are your best hands that you're going to show up on the river with? And when you call with ace-king and turn an ace and have the king of clubs blocking the flush, right? Like, so many things have sort of converged to be like, this is like the tippy top of your range to have gotten to this river where you weren't already trying to pile it in previously. I mean, maybe he could play a set that way, like the bottom set or something, and get to the river, and then you just kind of need to check call that one. But my goodness, having the king of clubs is fantastic, and top pair there, I don't know. I think that's sort of a top range sort
we
of thing.
had Bones with a flush draw and E with trips, wind up betting the turn, and Bones just not going to continue with it for much longer. So, hey, what a heck of a night here, and it's been an active chat night here for us. All of our all-stars. Favorites are in Ethan V, got John Davenport. So always our boy Nick from Yuma holding down the fort. We've had Jimmy Bluffett popping on into the chat. We have Bart Hansen in here, also hanging out here with us, so make your voice heard. You can also leave us a comment if you're watching on the archive. Always appreciate your guys' feedback, and keep banging away on that like button. We've got some, this is just a terrific lineup here. As on now limping with the ace-jack offsuit Sparks on complete heater mode. Signs. Let's put in a raise the 8-7 of hearts.
I'm also a big fan of this hoodie. It sort of looks like he could be maybe hanging out in like a Hawaiian, like rainforest jungle type thing, and just like blending in.
I thought it was something from Van Gogh or Van Gogh. There's the purists, or what? I don't know what you say it right correctly, but some chat pro is like, it's actually Van Gogh. Yes, stupid. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Pinky in the air.
Couple combos of ace jack and fives and 8-7 here in the mix. Sparks the pre-flop raiser. Not going to check, and we'll see Jeremy with also the same gutter bubble, the ace of spades in last act. Could decide to go attack this.
Yeah, Jeremy definitely has the hand to do it with. He's got the ace of spades, checks to him with a gutter and only ace high. I think that would have been the prime opportunity to go and take a stab at it. As it stands, checks and takes off a free turn card, which is pairing the second card on the board. And yeah, it's like this is going to be a card that pretty much everyone could represent, but Sparks is like, I'll take the first crack at it and see if I can just get this through. Tyler folds the best hand. And now over to Jeremy, who did not pick up backdoor spades to go with his gutter. So just sitting on ace high here. Yeah, this is just a weird spot. I can't really expect either Jeremy or On to want to continue here very often, but Jeremy says, no, Aaron, you shut your dirty mouth.
Yeah, you just, don't tell me what to do. I'll just decide call here in the spot. So it is Manic Monday here this evening. And off here to the river card, we'll see it. Did it pair up anybody?
So 9 of diamonds.
Looks like, 9 of...
Or hearts? I can't quite see. We'll get that scanned in
right
here
behind the
momentarily.
scanning. There it is.
It is a heart. 9 of hearts. So
Cards
Sparks
are hearts.
just going to give it up now. He's like, nope, nope, nope. I'm done. I have an open-ended straight draw on the river. That is not going to see a ocean card. And now over to Jeremy, who hasn't snap-checked this back to take showdown value, so he may be thinking he needs to punk Sparks off of a slightly better hand. And it appears that is the case because he is lining up what appears to be a 3/4 pot size bet to attack Sparks' flop check and river check range, which is going to be pretty weak, but could potentially have some holdings that are a little bit better than ace jack, something like pocket fives. And Jeremy says, oh, I'm just going to get those to fold. Turns out Sparks has 8 high. Jeremy would have won with the ace high, but Sparks is going to let it go nonetheless, and Jeremy will take it down.
All right, says Andrew Fiorentino. This is just seeing that sick bluff by Sparks. What a perfect river to bluff at. Yeah, we've had a ton of really fantastic hands. You couldn't even rank as very many here in the first hour.
Yeah, I mean, we had pocket aces like 3 times in the first orbit. It was fantastic. So chips moving around.
Yeah.
That is for sure. So Sparks definitely our big winner at the moment. Big Daddy Chaz took the big hit to get things started, so he is looking to crawl his way out of the hole that he is currently sitting in. E, not a believer in the 9 triz,
Nobody
and speak of
ever
the devil,
is.
on has aces himself.
Nobody will ever believe in the 9 triz, so it's just, we hope the spirit of it will always exist in some form or fashion, but
I saw the 9 triz quite a lot towards the end of the tournament last night. It was one of the unfortunate things. Every time I start to peel my cards, I was like, please,
the closer you
I
get
just
to
want to see an ace first.
That's a little no secret. The closer you get to the Mississippi River, the more mystical the 9 triz is.
Oh, is that right?
You know, people forget about that. The further west you go, you know, the wild powers of this poker world cease to exist. So we've got 3-bet, 4-bet, and David here going to come along with the ace-jack offsuit.
Yeah, this is a little bit questionable. It's a very small 4-bet, right? So 275 up to 600. I mean, it's a bit just barely over a min click. So I understand that you're getting a good price, but ace-jack is going to need to connect in a really good way, and that is not it. David checks it over and on, just snaps all in for 2x pot. Yes, 2x pot jam on 8-7-6, and he has the ace of clubs. So very difficult for him to get any value from his opponent. Does turn over the aces and tips the dealer. So aces take it down.
It's just like, I'm going to win it. We're not going to make any more decisions unless we want to go for all the chips. So yeah, was on our first ever live stream we did when we had Chris Moneymaker. Had a 3-way all-in that I guess now in retrospect it didn't seem so crazy, but it's just sort of like when you're doing it here for the first time and you're like, okay, well maybe this will be an okay show, and then you just have on ripping like 4 or 5K with ace-king into kings and tens or something like that. It's just like, oh, well, we're going to have ourselves a nice little, oh my God, this is going to be so cool. So on kind of like Christian, I know the baptized the show, or just was the first one to take the bat and swing it and hit it out of the park with unbelievable action here. So he holds a soft spot in my heart for that.
Nice. Yeah, he definitely doesn't mess around. When he wants to get into a pot, it seems like it is with maximum momentum. Yeah.
I have to say, that Apple stream was one of the most entertaining thing, and it was to no shock to me that when I went back and I watched this, I was like, God, I wish I could have been just watching it live as it unfolds. Cause
yes, it was a thing to behold. That is for sure.
It's a gift from the poker gods right there to give you that experience of that band on the table sometimes, because there is a method to the madness, and it's absolutely entertaining. I'm not sure if it's always fun to play against sometimes, but it is some of the hardest laughs I've ever had have been because of Apple. It's like tears by like second here dealing here.
Yeah, no, that is
Christ.
for sure. That man has a very interesting demeanor.
Original, like a true original.
Yes.
There's just only one Apple.
This
All
is
right.
the truth.
All right, if you enjoyed that, make sure to hit that like button for us and click subscribe. Aaron hosts our Thursday show, 2-5, Match of Stack edition. As Lottie is saying, that was mildly disturbing. If only I could have had cards. Yeah, I know. That's a tough spot to be in because you're sitting there like, okay, this would be nice to pick up a hand. But nonetheless, we've had some really great chat comments. If you also want to contribute here to the stream, hit us up here with the super sticker or super chat. You get yourself the most special of shout-outs. I saw Big Daddy Albert, the People's Champion, had chimed on in and tried to keep him in the loop. Did not want to go out the show without referencing Mr. Albert Padilla.
Big Daddy Albert, what's up, buddy?
Asked how you were doing. I think we mentioned. So what place did you finish officially during that? It's like 19th or 18th or
18th, yes. Yeah.
out of like 1,800 or so total entries.
Yeah, 18 and change. I think it was creeping up on 1,900 entries. Just about 2.1 million in the prize pool. 355K up top, and yeah. So final table, first spot, 9th place at the final table was 25K. So pretty steep ladder up to get to the top.
Right.
So I definitely can't complain too much about
Sure.
what I got for 18th.
Yeah,
Because I would have had to make it quite a ways further before the money really started to go through
Right.
the roof. So I was on
And
crumbs. That's
plus,
what
we got you back here on the show, so that's the upside. Is we all get to enjoy your presence here. All right, we've got what looks to be a PLO bomb pod, obviously. I'm trying to remember our board that we had to run out here. We're reading Sparks' hand, reading Bones' hand. As I believe, 9-4 deuce. So Chaz is going to have top set. Looks like the burn card may have red, so like the 7 of hearts is technically the burn.
Okay.
As would have made on a set, but 9-4 deuce. Here we go.
On is showing the 7 of hearts. So
that is now a mystery. So,
well, we're going to try to get it caught up here and taken care of. But indeed, Big Daddy Chaz is going to full pot this with his top set.
Slicer just kind of taking a stab at this with the overpair of kings. And, sometimes you just get in these spots here in bomb pots. If you get in a single board, you have enough value there, late position, that you're just like, okay, maybe I just take this now before this hand becomes completely useless to me, and try to take a stab at it. But once you get into the double board, then it's just, I don't know if you see that side infrequently because players are playing. Each side of the board just represents either so many different variables of weeding through 9 players that, like, your pro bets to kind of just pump the pot up a little bit, at least kind of thin the field to figure out what the hell's going on here.
Yeah, the difference between single board and double board is so massive because, like, not only do you have just like twice as many like nutted hands and things that can just like appear for players to be going after, but also like you can imagine someone having like a bottom 2 pair with a gut shot on a single board, and they're like, it's just not worth it. But then you give them another board, and then you say, okay, you got bottom 2 pair with a gut shot, and then on the other one, you've got this,
You got a nut flush draw, and you've got 2 pair, and you've got backdoor, so it's just sort of...
Yeah, now all of a
there
sudden...
becomes enough in there to be like, okay, well, there's a number of cards I can be lured in by that will potentially maybe scoop, so it's just... All right, and On had opened here with ace-9 off. Sparks standard 3-bet here to 275. J1 here on the button. Maybe he's deciding he's going to take a flop here with pocket 7s. Luka Doncic, number 77.
Yeah, because J1 had called the initial bet from On, and then Sparks put in the 3-bet. So, yeah, here we go. 3 ways to a flop. Jaywin going to flop safe here. 1 overcard to his holdings, and pretty safe, all things considered. He doesn't have a diamond, but that's probably not going to matter too much.
Right.
Sparks is just going to go ahead and continue at this. He's like, this is a board that, yes, you guys can have some sets on, but like if you don't have one, what do you have? Probably some overcards that you're just going to fold. About a 400 into 8. Jaywin should definitely be taking one off here. And he will.
On a wild card here is, well, the obvious fold will be obviously done. And heads up here to the turn. Aaron, what are we going to get? Going to get a 10 of diamonds, so front door flush comes in.
Yeah, and now is the time where, like, as is always the case, like, playing out of position is just so difficult. Because, like, yeah, you can have some flushes, but your opponent can have some flushes. And, like, if you bet and they call again, it's just like, dude, what on earth do you have? And I can never know if I'm appropriately representing something that actually is going to get you to fold. And
Sure.
so Sparks is now just like, what the hell do I do?
Yeah,
A
it's
bunch
kind
of
of
stuff got there.
Yeah, as far as like if you're trying to represent value or represent a bluff, like it's, yeah, these become really tricky spots, which is, you know, in some rooms, in some games, I mean, you could see a hell of a lot more aggressive leads at this just to be like, okay, I'm going to take this just right now, but J1's still here with a bit of mystery in a hand that he might feel like could go to showdown with, at least at this stage in the game, as a 4 bricks off on the end for Sparks. And
well, now Sparks can pretty well cap Jaywin's range. By not betting there, Jaywin is very frequently not going to have a flush. So Sparks could go for something like a 1.5x overbet here and just put all of Jaywin's single pair hands in a world of pain. Let's see if he goes for that or just sort of gives up. But I would like to see like a 2.5K bet here from Sparks. Just like, what are you going to do with your pair of 7s, you know?
no kidding.
But let's see. Sparks has been putting on a clinic so far tonight. Let's see if he goes for it here.
All right. Clinic has been fired up. It's up on Zoom. There's our lead speaker, Mr. Sparks. And
So he's going to keep it under pot size. And, I mean, this can work too, but I don't know. We'll see. It's obviously going to make it a little bit easier for Jaywin to hero call when the bet is not just like squeezing his range really hard. 1.3K into 1.6, so this is still just about 80% pot thereabouts. And yeah, this is a big chunky bet. It's still polarizing, definitely still represents sort of a flush or a set type of a hand. Sparks could definitely check a really strong hand like that when the 10 of diamonds peels off and then go for this large sizing for value after Jaywin checks it back. So Jaywin did cap himself and is now paying the price for that. Let's see. What does Jaywin decide?
yeah, he is most likely going to think this one through, and not a ordinary spot, but at least his suspicions are risen that there are some variations where he may have the best hand here, as we may be inching more forward towards his decision here, but hit that like button for us. Leave us a comment if you're tuning in after the stream on the archive, which I know many people go back and just had to go, oh my God, I had to see some of these hands here this evening. And Jaywin here with a chance to make it one of those. As
Yeah, Jaywin is solidly in the non-believer camp. The fact that he hasn't mucked this, I think he's going to find the call, and it's going to be a good call. But well, I'm just sort of curious as to, like, you know, what Jaywin's thought process is here, because Sparks' range is very narrow here, right? Unless Sparks can do this with aces, kings, queens, and jacks, recognizing how capped Jaywin is and actually trying to get called by them, right? And just like taking that big sizing and being like, I'm going to get as much as I can. So Jaywin may have actually convinced himself that that's the case, and that this was just like right on the edge of like he's betting just enough to get me to call. I should fold, and so good sizing choice from Sparks there to put Jaywin in like maximum pain. I think he would have gotten a much quicker fold had he gone for the overbet. But
Yeah, bringing it on home here as Sparks, another winning session here. You can check out some of his other ones on our past highlight reels that generally drop once, twice a week. And I've had some really terrific games here at the past couple of weeks, and really throughout, boy, it feels like the last couple of months, it's just every Monday is something to talk about. And we appreciate all you guys have been with us here all the way. If you're just joining us here for the first time as well, buckle up. It is a fantastic experience. So Jeremy opening here with pocket threes. Jaywin getting tilty, maybe perhaps, or just trying to press the full button. There it is. I was like, no way he's going to just like go rampaging with queen 9 off. Rampage. All right.
I mean, so Jaywin is a player that I have a little bit of experience with. Like he definitely. What I would say is that he will sometimes play some hands that seem a little bit off range, and when he turns them over and has like 2 pair or the nuts or something like that, and you're just like, wait, what? Right? Like sometimes that can happen, but yeah, queen 9 there, he's not going to go for that. What is his favorite hand?
4-3 suited.
4-3 suited. Yeah. So that's
what we have to be on the lookout for. So just any moment that possibly could explode on the scene.
Yeah, dropping the 4-3.
Pokemon's in play, big stacks, big pots, great action as 6 times a week here at TCH Live. I appreciate you guys being here with us. Monday 5-10 edition. Mike Emblett, Aaron McAvoy, super producer Carolyn. As always, at the controls. And again, you can hit us up here with a super sticker or super chat if you want yourself a special shout out. We always appreciate all your generosity here to us here in the production booth. So it is going to be on opening up to 75. Sparks, well, go figure. Got a couple of aces here, and
yeah, this man is on life heater at the moment, so got the hoodie on and getting the aces, just stacking people left and right, getting bluffs through.
I like money. Yeah, I like money though. I like money.
I like money.
I like money.
I
you
like money.
I like money too. Oh, Tyler is getting frisky here, and this is painful because he is stepping right into it. Sparks with the goods on. Also, not ready to let the King-Jack suited go. He's going to call this cold 4. And Sparks is like, what is my life? What did I do to deserve this?
All my life I've done all the right things. I've followed all the right patterns. It has come to this moment where your existence coalesces with the greatest feeling in poker here as this pot just building around it, and we're just like, okay, all right, well, it's like showing up on a date with a 10 and just like totally into it. You're like, okay, nothing will possibly fail me here.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
And Sparks is like, how do I continue that doesn't just turn my hand face up? Right? It's like you can't raise that isn't all in because they're going to be like, wait, really?
What?
So then he's like, all right, I got to make this look like ace-king. I guess ace-king would do what? Rip it all in? Rip it all in. I think that's what Sparks should do. It's going to be, like, it's going to get folds, but I think any bet is going to get folds. And I don't know. This is also me. I'm always wrong. So Sparks is going to go for...
You could count on us being wrong a fair amount, so that's... All right, all kidding aside, is Sparks going to now go up to 1.8, which... Oh, dude, he's doing it! He's doing it! Rampage on. Not a believer. And I can't believe And the life Sparks is getting to experience right now as on trying to attack, but he's got some hope.
Oh.
He's going to flop a jack. He's going to need a king or a jack alone. It's
Oh!
no! What?
Oh, they're
One for
running
board
it
number
twice.
one.
They're running
He's got
it twice.
one half locked up here. Can he find hearts on the next? Oh, okay, gutter ball, but the 10 is out. Is not drawing any spades either. It's going to be a 3, so he'll chop it up.
Oh my god.
That could have been, you just run it once right there. That is a yell heard round the world of
Of
Oh my
On. Yeah,
goodness.
On would probably do an orbit around the table like fist pumping, as I would too if I were him, somehow getting it in there with King Jack and finding that beat. But he is going to get to keep all of his chips plus half of what went in there from Tyler. So a tidy little profit there, getting in the King Jack suited against aces pre. Yeah.
our chat goes wild, and I hope it did not blast out your eardrums, because that hashtag Texas poker. Hashtag Texas poker. Let's go.
That is for sure.
Hey, Carlo here in the chat. What's up, Carlo? Good friend Chris Parks. Popping on in.
Oh, we got some Anderson in the mix
Anderson.
as well. What's
Our
up,
boy
dude?
Anderson here in the chat. Does. Wow. On bringing the heat here. Whether or not it's fantastic strategy or not, you got to admire a man that's just going to go, yeah, 3.2K. Okay, let's rip it here. So, all right, the top of range 8 combo, 8 of spades, 8 of hearts, tribute to our good friend Steam Dola. All right, we got to play the
I'm walking here. I'm walking here.
sorry, our Steam Dola default New York song. All right, Big Daddy Chess braces up here.
Yeah,
All right.
Steam Dola number 1, and of course, flopping
Of course,
a
an
set.
8. Why?
I mean, that's what happens when you play the number 1. You flop a set. Slicer here does have backdoor straight and flush outs, but he's like, nah, brah. I called to like flop the joint, not back into it, so you bet you win.
All right, Elliot Schaffner, fortune favors the bold. Yeah, the downside. William Mars said the downside of running twice King Jack's a suck out only hand there. It's going to be so hard to win both boards. Well, sometimes people are here for the action. It's fun to do it because, hey, poker over the long while. You just love little nuances and different subtleties that you can have. And you have the freedom to do so. And I think that's been kind of the cool part of the card room experiences. For the most part, let players be able to make reasonable decisions. But
Well, and
nonetheless, it was still just a sick run out there.
Yeah.
Oh my
Well, the
God.
other thing is, too, that I'm not sure what happened in that case, but a lot of times people will make the decision to run it twice or just once or whatever before any of the cards are exposed or
Yep.
talked about. So, like, you don't know how crushed you are with King Jack suited. You're like,
Yeah,
he's
maybe
got
I'm-
pocket queens, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe I can hit a king or a pair or something.
Yeah,
and
maybe
it'll still
I'm
be
catching a punt here with King Jack. That's it's like I might have the best stand. No, I kid. But all right, we're gonna go 3 ways: Queen, Deuce, Queen.
good. So, yes, in terms of it always being a suck-out hand, yes, that's true. But, like, you don't know how far behind you are to be like, oh, maybe
Legend.
I should just run it one time.
A fun stream here tonight. There's checked over here, and it's going to be Slicer sitting there with a pile of plaques, the 1K plaques, the $500 pinks, $100 blacks, $25 greens, the $5 reds, so the 9 on the end. They also the bluish purple $2 tip chips here to give to the dealers. Well, we have no idea what Slicer has. We do know that Bones has got pocket 6s, and. All right, let's guess the hand here. If only I had like sound effect music to behind. What is the mystery hand of the week here? Brought to you by Slim Jim. Slap it to a Slim Jim. All right, Bones here with the decision to snap into it.
Slap call. Yeah.
Snap call into a. All
Slap
right.
team. I don't know.
We don't have the flop action here, so we're just guessing. I'm guessing it probably went some form of.
Check, perhaps.
But we're going to get a call. It looks like 8s. Is that 8s or a 9? Either way, it looks like.
Yeah, either way, Slicer is going to ship it whether he had
Yeah.
pocket eights. Okay, so he took a page out of Big Daddy Chaz's book. Did not flop a set because it was the inferior combinations of suits, but he still went for value on the end, did get looked up, and was good. So nice little win right
Elliot
there.
Schaffner, of course, quoting with the end of the Apollo vlogs from Tony G. He deserves no applause. He called with King Jack.
Oh yeah,
Bring all the Russians. Bring it. It's what a great theater piece for that time, and a time capsule of kind of how the just ridiculousness of the beginning of televised poker.
yeah. What's your take on Tony G? Do you like him?
I think I'm at this point. If it makes me laugh, I'm just going to associate it with good. So
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't want to have to be on the other side of it. It sounds like it'd be kind of annoying, but for sound clips like that, it never ceases. The end of every Apollo vlog, I never don't laugh at that.
Okay.
I don't know what it is. It's just timed perfectly. Yeah, Tony G, I don't have enough takes, but it's just, hey, some guys, they got into the spotlight at the right time of the poker world, and I haven't seen enough of his game. Like, it's not. I don't know. I really have a long roundabout way of not having any answer here. As boy, straight here for Bones, top pair for Slicer, is a gutter ball for Chaz. Slicer here with a bet.
Yeah, Slicer turning top, and drawing dead. So that is an unfortunate position to be in when you're like, cool, I got top pair, top kicker. Let me get some value. And you're just toast. And this is a complete, no, there is a backdoor diamonds coming in. So, yeah, 625 here. Bones could go for a small raise or just call, but it looks like the small raise is in order. And I say small, and it's not really that small, as he takes it up to 2K. There was a pink hiding under there. I thought this was...
yeah, it kind of had looked like maybe 15.
Yeah, or 1,600, but instead it is 2. So 1.4K more for Slicer to call, and now he's in a pretty miserable spot here. Out of position, getting raised on this board. Bones checked it back on the flop. So, yeah. He just gets out of the way. Just lets it go. Says, nope, top, no good. Let me just move on with my life, and it's a good fold.
Yeah, there's only a handful of there might be a few hands I'm just drawing live against, and there's a ton that are just absolutely crushing. So it's interesting card. Slicer decides to go at it. Bones takes it right away, and we'll keep moving along with a 5-10 with a $20 straddle here for the most part. We haven't seen any crazy sicko, double, triple, but what we have seen, though, is a consistent straddle, and I think that is a steady part of the game that kind of keeps brewing the ecosystem for players to keep going out there and playing big pots, having a great time. And if you do want to play on our live stream, again, TCH live list at texascardhouse.com. Or you can text 512-843-1971. Like, subscribe, rock out, in that exact order.
Right, so you are. And if we get up to 500, remember that...
Bones is going to break his finger, and they're going to have the Dr. Jeremy fix it.
Yeah. And I think...
I'm not sure how 100% on board of it, but if we give him at least enough Tito's, by the time we get to 500, it can be able to convince him that it was his idea. Like Inception... It was seriously his idea?
Yeah, I didn't make that up.
Okay. I just thought maybe Carolyn was getting cryptic and but that seems to be a real thing, that Bones will legitimately break his finger for 500.
I think we should...
I don't know.
He's maybe trying to create a benchmark of if that's impossible, that he doesn't believe the chat pros will step up and do it.
I mean, 500 is a pretty tall bar, or a high bar to reach. So, I mean, start hitting that like button now, people, if you want to see what Bones will do if we get there. But I'm going to throw in my own piece, which I think if we get there and Bones commits to it, then we should use Sparks' racks to deliver the blow to Bones' finger.
Yeah, you're right.
Because
Here,
he's going to
Victoria.
have like 80 pounds of chips in all of his racks.
Yeah, you're right, Victoria. There was a hand there that words are hard. So Chaz straddled to 100. You're correct. So, all right. Oh, Bones here with an ace on the end could win that next hand. So, all right, we'll keep going. Here, 510 edition, Mike Kimball, and McAvoy. I'm going to take just like a quick breather. Do you need water? Do you need Red Bull? Do you need some chicken broth and some tequila, some broth bombs? Let's go.
I would love a grab
That thing
me.
we used to eat, but no, okay, won't say the rest.
No,
of the
grab
line.
me a Topo lime, please, if you would, good sir.
Time of lime, got it.
And I will hold down the fort. So hanging out here with your boy Aaron here for a little bit while Mikey steps out. E here has been Omega card dead. We saw the chip counts earlier, and he was at the little white square, dead even. And I think largely because he has just not played any hands. Let's see here. Big Daddy Chaz is going to go ahead and open up from the small blind. Mystery hand. Bones out of the way. 6 deuce of hearts. Not one he can continue with. Jay Wynn in the middle straddle. Queen 3 off. No good. David, a couple of cowboys, is like, oh, hello. How are you doing? And Big Daddy Chaz has raised me, and he's out of position. Let's see how David plays this. He's only got 2.6K in his stack. But he is going to go for a raise here. Looks like a 3-bet up to 475, 325 back to Big Daddy Chaz. Again, we do not know what he's holding, as you all can see, as well as I can. But he's going to put in the call, and off to a flop we go. 1K in the middle. That's not the flop you were looking for when you have kings. As it comes Jack, 9, 8, 2 hearts. David controls no hearts. Big Daddy Chaz checks it over, and David is like, well, we got kings. There's 1,000 in the middle. We got a little over 2K in our stack. We're still just going to try to get the chips in and hope to hold. And maybe our opponent folds some equity. Maybe he just gets out of there with whatever he had, and that is the case. David going to take it down. Adds 505, the old New Mexico area code, into his stack right there. So nice little pot for David as he is sitting at the bottom of the chip counts, 3.2K. Several players sitting around in the middle, 5K and a little above, all the way up to Big Daddy Sparks sitting up at the top. That man has almost 20K sitting in front of him. Has had a fantastic night here so far. All right, taking a look back at the chat here. Chris Parks, hey, what's going on, man? Hey, thanks for the shout out here on the cash yesterday. You're absolutely right, man. I got really close. I final tabled that one down in Houston just the other weekend. So, I mean, playing good and having a little bit of run good, but it just petered out both times kind of right before the big pay jumps happened. So, appreciate the support, and hopefully I do have a nice big final table here before too long. And if any of y'all are interested in making a big final table, putting some coin in your pocket, head on up to TCH Dallas this coming weekend. I believe it's a 250K guaranteed tournament. Should be popping off. I know some of the chat pros are going to be up there. JTN 1968 going to be hopping up there to get in the mix. So if you're in the Dallas area or just interested in coming in from out of town, getting yourself into the tournament streets, I think that's going to be a good one to play. So head on over to TCH in Dallas. And as always, we've got tournaments here at TCH Austin all throughout the week and on the weekend. You can come on in for our free rolls on Wednesday and Friday nights. We got our Tuesday night WPT Steps tournament, and on Sunday, of course, WPT Steps tournament as well. Live stream broadcast of the final table. So come on down, get in the mix, and see if you can make it on up there with George, the Bronstein Bomber, man, taking down WPT Steps number 2 yesterday, and moving on to Step 3, that 6-player sort of sit-and-go style tournament to decide the winner, who will head off to Step 4, WPT Steps 4 on that cruise. So George Bronstein, big shout out to you. Good job, and going to hopefully find my way into step 3 and tangle up with you at that 6-max table. Anderson here says that he thinks he's committed himself to Dallas next week, so fantastic. Yeah, Anderson will be up there at least playing the cash games he was talking about. Bones in the mix for the love of the game. He's got 7 deuce. It's suited. He's on the button, and he has outflopped Jay Wynn, who has a pair of 6s. This is quite likely to string Jay Wynn along for a little bit because he's got a gutter as well. So check from Jay Wynn. Bet of 105. Yeah, I got one. And my goodness, Jay Wynn is going to go for a check raise here. Presumably this is for protection against overcards, but bloating the pot with a pair of 6s, showdown value. I can't say that I necessarily agree.
Really?
With the choice from Jay Wynn here. I understand the principle, but yeah, see, now he goes into check mode, and now this pot has grown, and if your opponent puts in something like a 2/3 or 3/4 pot size bet, one pair hand isn't going to feel too good. But he's going to check it over. Bone's going to snap check it back, it looked like, on this king of clubs turn. And off to a river we go.
Yes, sir. Let's see what happens here as we're going to get the 8 of clubs here on the end. And well, Bone's still here technically with the best hand. And Needle J1 here on the end. They'd probably just say, like, okay, let's just go here to showdown. And you're going to see the old 7 Dewey paying off here for Bones. So good to see as a step out here for a moment. The action has not died down by any stretch of imagination. So, hey, mass take. Okay, yeah, I got it. So, all right, we'll keep it going here. 5-10 with the $20 straddle. Got all your favorites here in the house. Chaz, Bones, J1E, Sparks making a name for himself. Out here blasting on into pots. My goodness, and Sparks continuing to run well. All your favorites out here in our Monday 5-10 edition. Make sure to hit that like button for us. Get us over here to the 200 like mark. We're still trying to get our way to 500 just to see if Bones will actually stand by what he says. All right.
That's a really bold thing to say. Like, no matter how it shakes out, like, to go there, right? Like, it'd be like, oh, I'll wear something on my head or a rubber chicken or what. I mean, and then it's like, I'll break my finger. Like, yeah, that's aggressive, man. I like it. All right, we got some speculative hands here. But J-Win on the button can definitely be opening the 9-8 offsuit, which he will. David in the small blind, though, just going to flat the King-9 offsuit, play this one out of position. He's got the best hand, but going to be hard for him to realize that with just King-High. Does have backdoor spades working, but J-Win should just be able to c-bet this, and if he faces any resistance, probably just bet again on the turn. But nope, David just done with it right off the bat.
Yes.
As J-Win went for an overbet on the flop anyways, so really just pushing David around.
Ethan saying no chase, weep, weep. Well, I bet Matt is enjoying a heck of a vacation today, so I think that man will always find the sunny side of life. As all right, move along here to the next hand. You can join us along here for the discussion out here in our chat. And this is the time of the evening we'd love to know where you are tuning in from. Drop us a line. Let us know where you're watching from, whether you're in Central Texas, around here in the Austin area, all throughout the world. Love to know where all of our resident viewers are tuning on in from. Let's keep this party going. As great game here tonight. Slicer going to open now here to 75, which is pretty much the standard raise with the 20 straddle for the most part. And Jeremy coming along with pocket 7s. Now J1 decided he wants to get spicy. So 6-3 at diamonds here in the cutoff. Not quite 4-3, but here we go. Now back here to Sparks. It was the initial $20 straddle. We're going to go 4 ways. All right, people checking on in. Keep popping and piping us into that chat channel here for us. Alex Gallagher in Houston. Anderson is actually in Cedar Park at the moment. Jose Silva in San Antonio. Report John Rhaegar in Norwalk, Iowa, outside of Des Moines, Las Vegas, SoCal. Let's go. All right, 9 of diamonds going to turn. Does not really affect anything here at this point. Jeremy still with a massive advantage going into showdown if it gets checked all the way through, which, all right, we will at least get a river card. It is going to be a 10 of clubs, so if we do not see a bluff or anybody try to take a hold of this, it is going to be 7s at showdown. All right, who else we got?
Slicer going to take a shot at this. He's got the ace high there and just going to try to get everybody out of there, and he will. So, yeah, there you have it. Slicer going to go ahead and put in a bet and take it down.
All right, John out in SoCal, Leo in Vegas, Chino in Charlotte, North Carolina, the conductor saying like, Cosmic Ray in Northern Indiana, Nick from Yuma, the Central Land, Daryl O'Leary, as to no surprise to anyone here from Ireland, of the O'Learys, okay, famous, okay. Minneapolis here for Anthony, North York here for David Paul, Wes Harris here from Fresno. So we keep giving you shout-outs here at Barrage. Saying he's actually in North California. Chris Beltran out in North Dakota. JJJ out in Brisbane, Australia. Mark White at Massachusetts near Worcester. And Johnny Mack out in Waterbury, Connecticut. So let's keep our Monday edition going. Bad Benjamin here with us, our good friend of the chat. Happy Mondays, Mike and Aaron. Hey, thanks for popping on in. David now opening 75 is what we again have seen pretty typically on here with the fake aces, the ace-4 offsuit, and Tyler also going to call here with ace-9 off. So we'll go 3 ways. All right, top pair here for both On and Tyler. Tyler with a better kicker. Gutter ball with backdoor diamonds for David as...
Yeah, everybody with a little bit of a piece here. David going to go ahead and fire out at this after his 2 opponents check to him. And yeah, On, of course, not going anywhere. He's got top pair, backdoor wheel draw. And now over to Tyler, and yeah, this is the problem of having an ace-9. That 9 kicker just never feels good unless it makes its second pair. He's going to go for the raise here, which I understand this. Sometimes you just want to find out like right away if your hand is good and then just shut it down if you face resistance rather than go into just like call mode and be like just calling down with your 9 kicker. David not done with this yet. He says, nah, I need to see this turn before I'm done with the hand. And let's see what On does with the pair of aces and the 4 kicker. He is now going to see the writing on the wall. He gets out of the way. And David looking to pick up a jack for the Nutter Butters or a diamond to continue along. That is neither. Yeah.
As brick as a brick can be, as the 5 of clubs. Would have given On a gutter ball, but he has drifted out of this hand.
So Tyler checking now. Yeah, as sort of expected. When you raise and get called, it just really doesn't feel very good. And you'd just be happy to get to showdown. And if you lose, you lose. If you win, then hey, good for you. Pat yourself on the back. A little bit more money went in the pot. But I do suspect that this will go check again. Yes, indeed. And now up to David with just king high.
Could he rep a 10 here? 10x of spades that would totally check back that turn. That he could fire at this repping exactly that hand. And we'll see if Tyler has got the stones to bluff catch here.
Yeah, this is a really bad card for Tyler. He was already losing to all of David's aces that continued in this manner, and now he loses to all of the 10s as well. So he really just beats the spades that missed, and the 9 of spades isn't the most relevant. It's more like a Broadway spade that would be much more relevant for blocking those flush draws. And so, but still, having the 9 isn't great because you could imagine there being some Jack 9 queen, nine, etc. Of spades, and you block that. So yeah, Tyler is going to let it go. There's just so many value hands, and nice job from David there, recognizing that like, hey, that 10's a good card. I can bet at this and get my opponent to fold.
All right, here we go. Johnny Mac, Waterbury, John Davenport, Tennessee, Ken B in Long Island, Papa's Adventures out in Salem, Oregon, NYC, and guess where? New York, the worst expensive city ever. Michael Galatoli in Philadelphia, James Rue out there in Kentucky, Ron Lofton in Lake Havasu, Arizona, Keith out in Lakeland, Nick from Human, CT represent, Connecticut, John Pascal, Hollow 6 in France, Long Island has the best bagels, blah, 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 Fargo Wood Chipper, Santa Barbara, California, Austin voted no to tent cities. What's next? Alleyway toilets. All right. Make sure I get through all of my shout outs here. So now we have Tyler with E opening here in the cutoff. He's not had a ton of playable hands here, so you can kind of understand late position. All right, it's time to open, but Tyler going to put in a 3-bet and just not a advantageous situation here for E. And he'll just go ahead and lay it down pre. So the very cold-decked E.
Yeah, you can see the frustration from that man right there, as he has just folded pretty much the entirety of the evening, and finally had a hand he could open. It wasn't great, and just had to snap fold it to the 3-bet. So,
showing some discipline. He's like, okay, I'm just going to have to keep. All right, Micah Galatoli says awesome pronunciation. Cool. It's part of doing like a bunch of games. You just got to try to guess on names. So it's Florence, Arizona here for Jim B. Yeah, hey, Shauna. Leave us, if you want a special shout-out as well, a super sticker or super chat. Who will be the first to step on up and drop an awesome super chat here for us this evening? Almost to 200 likes, again, on the race to 500 to see if Bones will actually break his finger and then get a brief snap back in by the lone physician on the table. Also, we are having a promotion here for Mother's Day. Moms play for free. And also just kind of a sidebar discussion as to who in the table, yes or no, would actually check raise their mom. So, and especially on that day as well. Like
on Mother's Day.
Yeah.
Really,
I mean, I think there are a fair amount of more candidates than you might think.
What kind of reaction would you get from your mom if you check raised her on
She'd
Mother's
probably
Day?
be very confused because she would not know what she's doing. So she would probably just, it'd probably be just a favor to her, like, Mom, just fold the,
yeah, your son is raising
the
you,
pot
Mom.
size is big enough, like, this is advantageous for me. This, and there'd be, like, collusion, and then I would be fired, and then that would be it. So my reputation completely to dust. So Tyler has actually turned a set of sevens here. We have Chaz betting this turn card, or excuse me, Jeremy betting, Chaz calling, and now Tyler putting in the raise.
Yeah, taking this up to 655. And let's think about the logical bluffs that Tyler would be doing this with, right? Into two players.
Yeah.
It's a complete rainbow board, so there's just not that many of them. You would generally tend to think that, like, backdoor club draw comes in, you get some sort of combo draw, you could go for it.
Maybe 5-6. I mean, it's. But, I mean, would you call that hand specifically out of the straddle? So
Yeah.
it probably looks more like a set of fours or maybe a two-pair combo there with, like, a7 potentially. So,
Yep. Right.
nonetheless, Chaz and Jeremy both having a step on so we'll move on here to the next hand. All right. We've crossed over the 202 like threshold. Keep it up, gang. Let's keep it going. And we'll take TCH Live straight to the moon. As we've seen Sparks already on his way there. Up over 11,400. And we'll keep this train rolling as... All right. Map bench. Casino gamblers are considerably less sophisticated now than they were 20 to 30 years ago. Which is why they can put in 3-0 roulette wheels, and people don't know any better. Interesting take. Fiery take. Those are the kind of takes we want here in the chat. All right, here we go. We've got on opening up here to 75. Sparks here with ace-4 suited. Coin, it looks like he's put in a 3-bet, which is done a couple of times here this evening.
Yeah, now Tyler on a little bit of a rush here, so he just turned a set. Prior to that, he had the old ace-9 that he ended up folding that one, so that was a little bit unfortunate, although he did have the best hand. Now Tyler going to go for the 4-bet here. Cold 4 on the button. This is hijack into cutoff into button. These are the most spicy and dynamic positions for players to raise from because the ranges are the widest. So then they will try to attack each other's wide ranges, and then you can have somebody on the button who's like, no, you attacked his wide range, your range is still wide, so now I'll attack yours. In this case, Tyler does have ace-queen offsuit, which is going to be pretty good, top of the charts in terms of hand distribution. Sparks now going to have to decide if he's going to take his suited wheel ace and go for the 5-bet, or perhaps shut this one down. Yeah, he's going to rip it. He's going to rip it right in Tyler's face, and Tyler is, in a real tough spot now.
Wow, Sparks absolutely going for it here. Decision back here to Tyler. Does be for the entirety of his 4.3K in his stack.
Yeah,
Boy,
so Tyler's, the problem for him is that these are the sort of fringe parts of Sparks' 5-bet jam range that he's actually ahead of, is these suited wheel aces and every once in a while like a king-queen. And just the rest of it is just, he's rarely even flipping against it. Maybe jacks. Just a pretty tough spot. But he is going to go through the motions and think this through, not just snap fold it.
Yeah, sometimes you're right next to a guy. Sometimes you can gather some more information. It can maybe sense how he's breathing. So if it's something he's suspicious of as to this just doesn't smell right, maybe there are some scenarios there that they're not very frequent. And that's one of them here as a risky jam here by Sparks, but
so the other aspect of this is, and let's go, Tyler. Let's go, buddy. The other aspect of this is the dynamic that I was just talking about, right? This was hijack into cutoff into button. So then these ranges are wide. So I was saying that, the best part of Sparks' range for Tyler to go up against is these suited wheel aces, but there could be more in there. And Tyler correctly gauging that.
Diamond draw here for ace-4 of diamonds, and it's going to be a chop here on the first board.
Chop suey.
As Jackson 6 is here with an ace for both players, and we'll see. Maybe a potential player gets quartered here. So wheel draw here for Sparks. Even when he misses, he can't miss. So
more opportunities.
Oh, goodness. Tyler making the right call, and he's going to get quartered out of this pot. As Sparks banks a 4 here on the end.
Wow.
Ambitious shove by Sparks, recognizing that Tyler could have the hand that he has in that kind of spot and be able to push him off, and got through 2 boards, and now we're going to have to count up everything, which is...
Well, really it's just going to be half of Tyler's stack getting shipped over to Sparks, so it's just going to be cutting it down and hacking it in half. So, yeah, pretty tough spot there. So, Sparks is just sort of getting a good chuckle out over there because he's like, whoa, bro, nice call, but, get wrecked. And, yeah, poor Tyler over there who got it in really good. Run it out twice and get quartered. That's pretty unfortunate.
That's going to leave a mark.
Yeah, that was a really interesting study on the dynamics of how this game has particularly has flowed, because if you watch some of these hands independently of themselves, you're kind of missing some of the context of what players have seen and the way the waves of the game are going. So you're sometimes, making decisions within that equilibrium versus like, oh, I have ace queen here, and I'm just gonna 3-bet and yada yada yada. So it has been certainly a wild one here on Monday night, as folks chiming in on Sparks' play right there. Certainly, took a path, I think, against some players he was absolutely getting a fold from. So Tyler unfortunately gets it in here with the best if it does get quartered, and we'll have to move along here to the next hand. Wow, unbelievable. So
Yeah, so Tyler going to go ahead and add on since he just got chopped in half there, and that'll get him stacked back up. So yeah, Sparks here well up over 20K in front of that man at this stage. We'll get a look at the chip counts here on that graphic here in a little while, get an idea of just exactly how much he's sitting on, but we can see just barrels and barrels of black backed up by greens and that nice little tower of pink growing right out in front along with those Pikachus. So Sparks is looking to pretty much accumulate all of the chips. Got to catch all those chips as well as the Pokemons.
Yeah, catch them all. So, all right, new deck on in there from our junior producer, Seth. Keeping an eye on the radar. It's been a very hot day here in Austin, hot and humid. So, appears by the time I get to the end of the show, we could be expecting a storm system to pop on through. So, just heads up to our folks here south of Austin. Sounds like we got an interesting storm system about to spit through. So,
is this mostly rain? This isn't.
Some potential for hail, but I think it's hitting right San Antonio right now. Very large hail, likely occurring to the west side of the city, moving east northeast.
Okay.
So, all right, we'll have to hold on to our butts here potentially after the show. We might blow right on away. So hit us up with a super chat. Let us know you love us before we get brisked up. No, I'm kidding. But
batten down the hatches here at TCH Austin.
If we also have any other technical delays, Aaron, it's also because I've got the Johnson & Johnson vax, which has put the microchip in it and everything. It has, if I get too close to the Wi-Fi, it starts to kind of in and out kind of behavior. Yep. So if we do have any technical issues here on the stream, that could be a possibility. But Bones here just flopping the goods.
Yeah,
Nine's full of aces.
E finally had a hand that he could play once again. This was from early middle position, King 10 of clubs. Going to go ahead and range bet this. He does have a pretty good range advantage. However, Bones has just absolutely demolished this flop. Goes for a check and check raise now. So even with controlling as much of this board, he's going to try to cooler an ace right off the bat. And E is going to oblige him with a call. He's like, no, I got some backdoors, like a backdoor royal. Like, that's a possibility, right? So let's see a turn.
Find a way to get another Pokemon here. That's...
Yeah, so E calls. Now Bones has to decide. Yeah, when E calls here, this is very often going to be a big ace, something like an ace-jack or better. And so Bones can just continue to barrel into this and get called a lot because he's basically just repping a 9 and a 9 only. So unless his opponent wants to overfold, he's going to have to call down with those big aces, and Bones can just keep piling in the bets. 375 here on the turn. I mean, obviously E with just king high has stone cold bluff catching type hand, which is very ambitious. I would not recommend getting too frisky with that one. But he hasn't let it go just yet.
Yeah, he's not gotten to play a ton of hands, so it's...
Yeah, just trying to get like one hand. He's like, come on, let me...
All right, just come on. Just give me a little bit of part of the action. I want to get in the ring. So, all right. Again, hit that like button, click subscribe. You can check out our website, texascardhouse.com. For the tournament value seekers, Again, the Dallas tournament coming up next weekend. Not this weekend, but on through the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th. Again, at day ones, I believe, again, a $600 buy-in. So $250K guaranteed prize pools. So heads up to everybody out there looking for the next big event potentially near you. A lot of good stuff here in the works here through Texas Card House. So again, our WPT Step Series. Again, each week the 7K Mega Stack Freeze Out. Step 1 qualifier as well. If you do cash along with the tournament, that is an automatic entry into Step 2, our monthly main event. Again, $335 buy-in entry fee. And if you win that tournament outright, you go to Steps 3, the semi-annual event where the final 6 winners will play it down outright here for the right to move on to the Step 4 WPT Steps Championship Plate out on a cruise. That's a pretty entertaining final tables there. And always pretty good value there to try to, you might have to maneuver a smaller field someday, a bigger field someday. So invite you to come on out here to the Texas Card House in Austin as, all right, past the 2-hour mark. Let's keep it going. Yeah, so yeah, Spark sitting more than 21,000 yet again. So
Yeah, that guy has had some beastly, just absolutely beastly runs here on the live stream. So really, really good play from him recently as well. It's not just like Bink City over and
it's
over
not
and
like
over.
he's
It's
just
like
coolering everyone to death, and there's not devoid of skill. Like it's a good balance of each. So all right, David going to continue with Jack 10 off out of the straddle. On head open. Chaz going to call here with pocket sixes, and here we go, folks. There you go. The top pair straight draw.
on here, gonna go after this though. Bets 250. Chaz out of the way very quickly. Effective fourth pair, yeah, under pair to the board. David though, the top pair, 10 kicker. He's got a gut shot to go with his top pair in case he needs it. Goes for the check call, presumably going to check again. On picks up a pair deuce, goes into showdown mode. And the 7 pairs here on the end, probably checky, and David takes it down, would be my guess. David could go for a thin value here, but that would be pretty ambitious. Try to get called by exactly like a 9. Maybe pocket 8s, but yep, checky on the end. David going to take it down. 740 in the pot for that man right there.
Shof Neb, where's coins tonight? Probably being a dad. He's got a young one, so I imagine that's always a good reason to stay home. Imagine he'll be back in the action at some point, but and just for that, we do have to give a shout out to our friend Coins here through the soundboard. Just a couple of coins, couple of Bitcoins, couple of Doge coins, couple of Aaron coins, Yuma coins, Chat Pro coins. Been trying to figure out what's going to be the next great cryptocurrency that emerges from TCH Live that shapes potentially our entire destinies, Aaron. We've had a lot of suggestions. We've not really had a complete, home run, but we invite your suggestions here in the chat with all of our friends and favorites as we have a PLO bomb pot with the dealer change. So put out your $25. Again, you can hit us up here with a super sticker or super chat. Here if you want a special shout out on the stream.
Well, Jim, I don't know where you're hearing this nonsense, but no, there's nothing but professionalism here. The dealers and the staff here at TCH would never allow anything
that's
like what you're mentioning.
Preposterous.
Yeah. So
yeah, I don't know what's in the water in Oklahoma, and out of respect, I will
leave it at that. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
that's nonsense.
At least here in Austin, and I know in Dallas there's a pretty high standard there, so it's.
Yeah, the tournament staff, the floor staff, at every TCH location that I've been to, are fantastic. I've gotten to know some of them personally, and there is zero chance that I would trust anyone who says anything like that about them. Okay,
Yeah,
E here is
probably
going to flop
just
3
getting
pair.
trolled, so it's...
Yeah, very likely, but I just
But
want
at the
to
same time,
put
we
a
don't want
stake
to...
in that. Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. All right, there's King 5-3, 2 pair here for E. Excuse me, 3
All
pair. King
3
5-3. So yeah, 3. Jeremy gonna call. Bones gonna fold. Yeah, we both have a heck of a level of fatigue here, so we're gonna power through this Aaron.
Yeah, no, I am just, dude, I literally went to sleep at like 5:45 this morning after being up since
Wow, you
10
went to bed
a.m.
early. Well, that's... No, I kid.
It was a long day, man. let me tell you.
Yeah.
All right, we've arrived at a deuce of spades here on the river. Still 4 players in here, as Jeremy had backdoor diamonds and a pair, backdoor clubs as well. Sparks was in the mix with pair and an up and down straight draw, and Sparks now, of course, has the straight here, and it's the nuts for sure, the unbeatable nuts, because at least at the moment, because it is a rainbow board, and 6 high straight is the nizzles. All right, so Jay Wynn here has now just a pair, so he did not pick up any additional outs.
No.
And E, the only one who's really drawing live to counterfeit Sparks here, would be a boat card on the end, but he's drawing a 6 outs for 750. And E's ready to find one of them. He says, you know what? The deck is going to provide something for me at some point. Why not now? Up against the chip leader at the table, who can give me a full double if I happen to hit my card, and I do. King's full.
I am the smartest man alive.
That is what is going through E's mind right now. And now he's got to choose a sizing that will get paid, because with the board pairing, the always present thought is, oh no,
yeah.
he's got a full house.
You
My
got it,
straight's no
man.
good.
It goes to like a pet peeve I have of some things that sometimes get said out loud that I'll maybe get into at some point, but all right, we're going to have a bet by Ian, a pretty standard fold by Sparks, I guess, in that spot, but I guess this is kind of that thing, you know, maybe somebody's not played a ton of poker, or there's the scope of it. It's like, well, I put you on the flush, or I put you on the straight, without just this kind of very small logic where it's just, I don't know, it's when it's categorized in that way, it just makes my spine melt. So I don't know how to express it in such a way that's just after you hear it a while of like, oh Christ.
Oh yeah, no, and it's probably the most often repeated line in poker. Like, I'll put you on
I'll
ace
put you on
king.
that. Like, I mean, like, I guess, but like, I don't want to be like a snob as to be like, okay, hey, Mr. Hand Constructed Ranges and bloop doop Liberty, like, you know, that kind of stuff. So, like, I don't want to turn my nose up, but it is just kind of one of those things that, you know, there's always ways to evolve your thinking in such a way that is always good for the game. So, nonetheless, people talking about blackjack and card counting and that kind of stuff to the casinos, and yeah,
all
that's
the good stuff.
Yeah, I just don't deal with table games or anything like that. Like, I've rarely had money just be like, oh, hey, let's fuck around with this. So I just, it's a good deterrent to just, you know, not have to mess with that. So.
That is absolutely true, because those table games will chew your money up pretty quick, and it feels
unless you run like God, which is that there are some people that just seem to have the gift of running good.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone on a heater or two of my own, but like usually it's just a slow grind to the felt, you know, which is what those games are meant to do to you.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, no kidding. You're supposed to live and die and love it and just to ride the emotional waves. It's just as he will with jacks with some Judies.
Oh, he just won a pot. He's feeling spicy. He's got the Judies, and he's ready to go. The Pokemon's out on the cards. He says, come and get them.
JJ Redick's.
Oh, and On is just going to flop the joint here. King, Queen on a King, King 5 board. Nobody else really has much to do with this. Big Daddy Chaz has a pair of 7s, which is effective second pair here. Checky over to Sparks. And I guess he's going to go for it. He's like, well, I don't know. I mean, maybe like I just bet and everybody folds. I'm going to bet like, oh, no, he is going to go for a fairly large size. 400, 40% pot. I don't know. Maybe that's not large. These multi-way spots, I just never know what the hell you're supposed to do.
Yeah, there's just so many different variables where one player's decision just totally throws a ripple and it just causes a different decision to be made than it would have otherwise. So I'm going to put in the raise all in. I don't expect he's going to get looked up here, but he will just be able to take the pot outright. So
yeah, nice little extra 800 that he just picked up for himself right there. Going to show the King of Hearts. He's like, yeah, of course I had it. And his opponents are like, yeah, we knew, which is why we folded. And he is going to take that down. But he got an extra 800 put in there by checking and letting Sparks to kind of take a shot at it. And there you have it. So moving on up to 5.1K in his stack. 5.5K for him.
all right, continue here at TCH Live 510 edition. As all throughout the month of May, if you'd like to save, if you come on in here before 1 p.m., that's 20% off your hourly rate. If you come in after 1, that is 20% off, and you happen to do both. If you come in before 1 and stay after 1, that is 40% off your hourly rate here. At Cash Games, Texas Card House tournaments on a Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Sunday. I have to say Sunday contractually 3 times per show. Don't ask me why I agreed to it. It seemed more like a benefit than a detriment. So Sunday. I don't know if we're going to have one for Mother's Day this Sunday or not. I didn't see it on the actual TCH schedule, but okay, so this one we're going to be allowed to celebrate Mother's Day, and you can celebrate with us if moms play free. And then back on schedule here with our Step 1 tournaments leading up to our monthly main of the last Sunday of each month. Sparks opening here to 35. Slice are going to call. J1 going to call. And now David putting the 3-bet here to 225, which may get through.
All right. So, yeah, we were getting trolled by this Jim B character. So, everybody's got to get their kicks somehow. So, come on into the chat and troll us. That's what's the best fun ever. All right. We got 8-8 deuce here on this flop. Jay Wynn and David heads up to this flop. David with the superior kicker card to the ace high. And go ahead and bet out 225 here. Jay Wynn in position. Ace high here, getting 3-bet from the small blind and calling pre-flop. So I guess looking to find a pair to be ahead. I'm not exactly sure what the plan was there from Jaywin in position. But he's just going to go ahead and fold. I guess maybe just like wait for David to give up and then win later. Didn't work out that way. David does continue with the aggression and takes it down.
All right, next hand. Again, we've seen the $20 straddles being put on all throughout the evening. Pat B jackpot continues to cruise along, $31,462. Again, you want to stay up to date on how that's going. You can follow us, tch.atx. Again, if you're listening on the archive, feel free to leave us a comment. Keep hitting that like button for us. We appreciate y'all being here. Are you going to be here Thursday for 2-5, or are you hitting the road? So I'm just trying to remember if it would be.
Yeah, no, I leave tomorrow, actually. So, yeah, still hoping that you could fill in for me.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I got to figure out. I still haven't known what the series schedule is going to be coming up here this weekend. So maybe we'll find a mystery guest and mystery host for Thursday, 2-5 edition.
All right.
The best kind of mystery. Who knows? Why so defensive? I understand where you're coming from. You may have heard some really bad information, and somebody may have been pulling your rug. But yeah, we take collusion and cheating very seriously. So, all right, Jeremy gonna open. Jay Went going to put in a 3-bet, and that is gonna do it. and move on here to the next hand. People get more fired up if you question that level of integrity. Like, that's, I think the gold standard that we all have to kind of follow here amongst these card rooms is just like, hey, we're doing the right things, about the right ideas, and making sure everybody feels like, hey, this is a fantastically safe place to play that we'll accept you have a great time. So, all right, yeah. Tyler here with the $20 straddle. Let's keep it going here.
Yeah, Slicer under the gun. Going to go ahead and open it up to 75. He hasn't been too active here, so UTG with ace-jack offsuit. Definitely a little bit of a dangerous proposition to face some aggression and get into a big pot with this hand from that position, but at the same time, definitely reasonable to open it up. He's going to get looked up by David here. Oh, it showed 5 deuce off for a minute, and that was incorrect. It's Jack 9. And on, just going to call out of the small blind with 2 red 10s. It's going to bring Tyler in out of the straddle as well with the 9-8 offsuit. There's a couple of 8s right there, so Tyler going to flop trips. He is on a little whatever this is, hitting trips.
Yep.
On here, just 10s. Goes ahead and checks. Tyler follows suit. Slicer checks behind all the way over to David in the cutoff, who takes a shot at it. Says, I don't know, I got a little bit of equity maybe. I hit a 10, so I'll just bet and see if I can get some folds. On, though, as long as he's in there, a 10 is no good for David. And now over to Tyler out of the straddle. He's going to put in the check raise up to 375. And now everybody should be quite aware of what is going on. Sorry, 475. There we have it.
There's back here to...
Yeah, a little bit of TV time here for David as he thinks this one through. Of course, his cards will be going into the muck here momentarily. Unless, of course, I'm wrong once again. But no, that is correct. Got that one right. And on, though, not ready to give this up. He says, no way.
Says, I got pocket 10s, brother, man.
Well, if he hits a 10, he will be good. So
exactly. He can feel the 10, the spirit of the 10. And it's a 9, so full house here for Tyler.
On checks it over to him. And, yeah, any doubts that Tyler may have had about the strength of his hand have just been quelled. And he is ready to get more chips in the middle. 4.6K, the effective stack in front of on. And Tyler puts out a little bet. He's like, no, come on in. Just come along.
Come along. Just one more street here, buddy.
Yeah.
One more street.
A bet of 725. 725 over to on. And on is going to go to the moon.
On. You're a dangerous man.
Wow, that is an aggressive move. On really just going for it. And needs a 10 and a 10 only.
No, that's not going to be on the first one. There's a chance for the suck out. It is going to be another 3.
A couple of 3s.
And, boy, Steamdola would be so proud of all the punts here tonight. There's been a lot of chips flying around as on... Also, he could have potentially felt like, well, maybe even if I'm up against 8, I still may be drawing to adjust. It's not a justification, as to speak, but, hashtag Texas Poker. Things get kind of wild here. And
that's definitely
not going to be a lucky recipient here. So Tyler getting some good fortune.
Yeah, so the 2 10s, right? I mean, I guess if you try to think about this in terms of like a hand that you would want to turn into a bluff, it blocks the straight. I just don't know how many Jack 10s ever make it to the turn ever anyways.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's kind of...
It is more in the punt category. And On's here to have fun. Like, On's here to have a good time.
Yeah.
And sometimes win some of those spots because, wow. What a hand.
Yeah, well, he had 5% equity. It wasn't 0.
Ethan theorizing that this is one of those looper situations where Tyler is a younger version of myself, and I'm a time-traveling commentator, which, believe me, if I had the power to, do that kind of stuff, I would not be spending it here. So, all right, nonetheless, I always enjoy the guy's humor. It's grade A trolling and chat proing. So, Tyler picking up a big hand here as... All right, keep hitting that like button here for us. I don't know, 500 seems a lot. We wanted to see if Bones would stand by his word, put his fingers on the line to potentially be broken and unbroken. Maybe he's pulling a hustle. Maybe there's a finger that's more malleable than others that he would not feel pain. He is called Bones after all, so they're
that man is made of
like
bones.
All right, next hand.
Yeah, bunch of folds here. J-Win, ace-jack, off-suit, early. No, this is just straight-up middle position. He's just going to go ahead and open this up. $20 to call. He says, how about 75? Folds over and around to E. E not going to get in there with the king-6 suited. So we saw J-Win go for the 3-bet off of the cutoff earlier, and E here with position not going to take that line himself. So Slicer here with a couple of deuces will call out of the straddle. We'll go heads up to a flop. And king-6 would have made 2-pair. As it stands, Slicer, the only player controlling 2-pair. 5s and deuces. Pretty nice flop for J-Win's range, though, so he can just c-bet this with impunity. And Slicer, as is usually the case when you have a pair of deuces in your hand, you're going to just have to decide, like, do I just nut up and call because I have a pair and fade a bunch of stuff, but every card is scary? Sure, let's give it a try. So, bet at 225. I take it all back. It was a bet of 60 from J-Win and a raise to 225. Slicer going to take the alternate route, which is to raise with your baby pairs. I like this, and in this particular instance, probably going to get the job done.
Let's see what J1 decides. He will click the fold button, and we shall carry on here as...
Yeah, nice little textbook move there from Slicer, so good work right there. And On has vacated his spot, so if we've got someone on the list, perhaps we'll get them seated and in the mix here shortly.
All right. Another Monday night for us, TCH Live again tomorrow night in Dallas. Getting a 5-10-20 game. I believe Wednesday is going to be a Big O game. Thursday will be a mystery night. We'll figure out who we'll have on in here for commentary. My schedule is to be determined, so I will have a little more clarity here after this evening. So, Mike Gumlin, Aaron McAvoy, super producer Carolyn Hapgood, as always, has down to the last hour and a half of play. So I saw somebody in the chat earlier saying Chaz looks a little different. I think he got like a really shorter haircut, or he
changed up his hairs, and he posted a picture on his Insta that was like, "Whoa, that's what Big Daddy Chaz
came back
looks
from
like."
Southern Florida, looking like it was certainly eye-opening, but man's allowed to change, and we'll continue on with this here. Sparks opens, Jeremy calls.
It's a battle of the big threes here, as Sparks and Jeremy both have a 3. Sparks has the best 3, and he says, my 3 is the nizzles. Get out of here. Sparks going to take down a small pot right there.
All right.
Poker Llama in the chat. Hey, what's going on, man?
The Llama, Gary K., my resident Iowan, William Lottie our action-packed. I mean, there's been so many interesting or favorite hands, and a lot of them were like in the first hour. Check raise all in by Chaz with trips into Sparks' flush. You had Jeremy's check raise all in on the river. As well, what you know, you got Chaz putting out $100 straddle. Says, let's eat, boys.
$100 straddle. Big Daddy Chaz ready to spice things up.
Damn Right.
Let's see. The number of big blinds in these stacks just went from infinite to somewhat less than infinity. And we'll see how that affects the action. Still everybody just getting rags, though, over and around of Sparks, who's not interested in opening the Jack-8 offsuit on a $100 big blind. Slicer, though, out of the small blind, says if it folds to me, I'll go ahead and put 4 blinds out there and see if I can pick it up. Big Daddy Chaz, like, I didn't put the 100 out there to just let it go to waste. King 5 offsuit is a defend, and here we go. Gonna play it in position against Slicer and the Queen 10. That flop not gonna hit either player. Slicer appears to be going into give up mode as he checks this over quickly. Big Daddy Chaz checks behind. Free turn card for both players. 8 of clubs doesn't change anybody's holdings. Big Daddy Chaz still best with the king high. Slicer now gonna go for something. I'm not sure what the 8 does for his hands, his hand range ever, but Big Daddy Chaz is just gonna get out of there, as that was a chunky bet, and Big Daddy Chaz had king high. So yeah, sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, whether the story makes sense or I mean, he's still fairly uncapped as well, so it is what it is. Anyway, Sparks sitting up at the top, plus 12.3K for that man. Fantastic showing for him once again.
All right, our boy Hillbilly popping in the chat saying War Eagle. Welcome on in, dude. Does 5-10, and now maybe Bones getting in the act here, putting out a $100 straddle. So come on, let's go. Let's make this a real game here this evening. As
yeah, round of hundies. Oh, we do have a new player coming to take a seat.
Yes.
Find out who this is here momentarily.
mystery player. As we'll read out the hands, and not much going for J1 here tonight. Not much been available to E as the 3 deuce.
Yeah, a little slick going in the muck there. E has really had some pretty bad card distribution here. And
do you feel like the poker gods are punishing him for mushing our stream so many times?
perhaps.
You know, allegedly, I'm sorry, allegedly. Okay, that's the key word here. That's, I kid, we love you. He's a good friend.
Yeah, sometimes that's just the way it goes, right? I mean, and it's frustrating, but, I mean, you play enough poker and you go through the ebbs and the flows. I mean, there will be the times where you sit down and you're like aces, ace, king, jacks, 7-8 suited, flop a straight, right? Like, you just get the hands and they come in a rush and they all happen at the same time and you just run people over, or all those hands get cracked. I mean, it's whatever, but right, like the card distribution is just a thing. And so when you're stuck in the nether regions of the hand distribution, you're like, cool, I got little slick again. Like, yay for me.
Wow, looks like I think we're maybe just going to have a full round of $100 straddles here at this rate. So, J1.
I like your chat there.
It was never really that funny. Like, why are we continuing? I'm not trying to step on your game, but it's also like, hey, come on. All right, as King Jack of Diamonds, the ultimate hand of all hands, the greatest hand of all time, according to one player I know. As now I'm going to get a call here by Tyler in late position, 10-8 of hearts. It's not quite the great goes all in, the Jack King off, but nonetheless,
Yeah, so 2 cold callers here from Tyler and Bones. Now J-Win, 7-6 offsuit, getting a price of $150 into a pot that goes up to $1K. He is getting pretty much exactly the right odds, whether he knows it or not. So he does put in the call and finds a flop that is, you know, just about always going to happen. But, you know, sometimes you can get there with the 7-6 or pick up a reasonable draw. E here finally getting some stuff rolling. He flops top 2, rainbow board, and he's going to go ahead and put out a continuation bet, $350 into a pot of $1K. Quick folds all the way around. E just going to take it down.
Big pots, big stacks, great action. And keep bringing to you home. Okay, so Carthy, the new player to pop on in here to the game. Again, hit that like button for us. Come on, let's go. Come on.
I'll pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
All right, appreciate all you guys. So next hand, again, another $100 straddle. Let's see, what was Nick from you? Billy is all about that bass, or bass. And I said no tilapia, so been a while since I've had some of that, but maybe that's due up on the menu soon.
The tilapia?
Yeah, of course. Get some
yeah.
fish in your life sometimes.
Yeah, no.
All righty, we got a couple of ladies here for E. Ladies, if you will. Remember that? We did that Sunday tournament that irritated half our audience. We were dying laughing.
Yes.
I wonder if that guy ever saw that stream too. And it's like never going by that name ever again. All right. Slicer, King, Queen suited. David 8-7 off. And top pair open-ender here for David E with the overpair on this connected board. Slicer here with some backdoors. Overcards, clubs, potentially, and we'll see E repping the sell for Y. Got ambassador there for them as going to go ahead and lead out. As well, now we will have David. Looks like he's going to put in a raise here on the spot. E, C-bet here to 325. We're going to get a raise up here to 825. Put the pressure here back on our boy E here for 500 more to call. See, does he? It's hard for me to imagine a rainbow board here that it's going to be an insta-fold here. I mean, I could eventually imagine he could decide to do it, but he probably knows there's a lot of kind of combos to this hand, and if maybe it feels like maybe if he is up against a set, he'll at least be able to find it a little bit more here on the turn, as does not improve David, so E's still with the best of it, but David still with plenty of opportunity to try to pull ahead.
Yeah, this is kind of a similar scenario to what we saw earlier when Jaywin went for the check raise with the sixes, where it's really tough to navigate those spots correctly. I'm not sure that there is a way to do it when you take this line, because it's like you start out with a hand that has showdown value and equity to improve, and you just like start blasting chips into the pot to where the only hands that'll continue are beating you, so then you have to turn your hand into a bluff, and then you're committed to like turning your hand into a bluff. Like Jaywin shut it down pretty quick and was like, oh, I better just take my showdown. And here David is committing to this line. You've raised it to 825 on the flop, now just betting 875, leaving himself 2.3K. And it just looks too spicy. E is going to fold the best hand here, as David does continue to put his foot on the gas. And I mean, yeah, this is the way to do it. If you're going to go for the check raise with that hand, then you have to commit to turning it into a bluff. And yeah, David does right there. So nice little line by him. So Carthy is our newest player, sitting down with.
I think it was like 1,000, so it's...
Yeah, it said 1K, yeah.
Yeah, so that's... I mean, it's not very often we see kind of like a min stack comes in, so I do find it interesting in the fact that you can kind of see how that dynamic sometimes does happen in these games. So, you know, we do love big stacks and deep stacks, but, you know, this is at least for the viewers just another element to understand, is if you're also teaching using TCH Live as like an entertainment festival, this is also like a good but can be kind of teachable moments as to how sometimes your strategy may vary because another different element is added to it.
And it's sort of funny too, because like normally $1,000 here would be 100 big blinds,
Right.
but because of the $100 straddle, you're playing 10 bigs, which actually is better for you because it's way easier for you to just get all your chips in with a
Right.
decent hand and hope to double up or triple up even.
It is. You could take some steps here. As Jay Winkin not put in the 3-bet out of the small blind after Chaz opened 3x on the $100 straddle. And David here with the great goes all in, the Jack King off. He gave us a big super chat one time for saying that, so I just feel like it's indebted forever here. The great goes all in. All right, Ethan saying dead palm trees are harder to get rid of than a body. Apparently South Texas, a lot of palm trees taking some abuse. So, yeah, a storm is a brewing. It could be here within the next hour or so. So, hey, just heads up. I'm sure now the way phone notifications work, you get kind of those pop-ups like rain, storms, and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, the aliens are invading.
But while you're scrolling the weather report, follow us on Instagram at tch.atx. We'll let you know if the aliens are in fact invading at any point in time. I think, and hey, smash that like button for us when we do. But neither the way, for promotion, stories, profiles on dealers, players, follow us on Instagram. We appreciate the support. And just Sparks. Oh my goodness. Hold on.
Teach y'all how to make it rain? That's what I'm going to be doing every single night. Dollar bills, y'all.
This is true.
Kenny Power's a lot like Sparks. They've got that same temperament, They both have written books. Of course, Sparks' was not called You're Fucking Out, I'm Fucking In. A little
Yeah.
more sophisticated than that.
Oh, boy. Okay, so J-Win getting pretty splashy here, flatting the button with 7-6 offsuit. Going to try to cooler Sparks. But David is going to wake up with a real hand here and go for the cold 3-bet out of the small blind. Of course, in the small blind with a hand as vulnerable as ace-king, going to go ahead and size this up. He goes 385. This is a very large bet. And Sparks, once again, like, cool, other people building the pot for me when I have aces. And now facing this large raise to 325 with J-Win flatting the button as well. So, yeah, don't necessarily want to invite J-Win in, take this one 3 ways, especially J-Win with position. So, gonna go for the 4-bet, but let's see what he chooses for the size. Takes it up to an even 1K. A number that should push J-Win out, which it does, but also give David enough room to potentially 5-bet jam it, or even just flat for that price. 615 to call, pot gonna go up to 2.1 if he did call. So really not that bad of a price, even though you'd be playing out of position. Let's see how David wants to play this one, though, as these are the trickiest spots that appear when you play deep stacked poker here in Texas. David going to go ahead and put in the call, and he's like, give me an ace, give me a king, and we'll continue. If not, might be just going for the check fold, but let's see what transpires on the flop. Heads up here, 2.1K in the middle, 10, 3 deuce, 2 tone, a couple of spades out there, neither player with a spade in hand. David with the full-blown whiff. And no real chances to represent anything here. David, the more likely player to have pocket 10s, but that's not really saying much.
Yeah, that's... Sparks says, well, everything has really come together here the last couple of weeks, and to his credit, I think has played all these spots really well. So yes, there's no criticism to it. A slight down bet to 525.
Yep, this is the 1/4 pot size bet that we were talking about earlier. He goes for it, and of course, when your opponent has an unpaired hand like David has, it just puts them in a world of hurt because it's like, oh my God, you put in 1/4 of the pot, so then I call, like, I just get like such a good price, I'm getting 5 to 1 on my money, and how do I fold? I don't, and then you get strung along, and the pot just slowly builds, and your opponent just crushes you underfoot. However, David does have some runner outs. That's not one of them, so he is now drawing dead. Sparks will win if we make it to showdown.
See if David is feeling dangerous at the absolutely wrong time.
Checks it over to Sparks, and 3.1K in the middle. David on the effective stack, 4.2K. Sparks could go for something like 1.1 or something. Just keep it small and then pile it in on the river and hope to get called by like queens, jacks, whatever. But no, he's going to go a little bit bigger than that. 1375. And yeah, if David were to call, like say he did have queens or jacks, then he would have something like a half pot stack remaining, and that's, I think that's all fine as well. So Sparks going to go just a little bit bigger than what I was talking about, but David's still just in a tough spot here with his range, and this hand in particular just, it doesn't do a whole lot of anything. He unblocks the spades, and that's about the best thing you can say for it. So he's going to take another peek at it and pitch it in.
Sparks continuing to run it up here. He is absolutely on fire in our Monday edition, 5:10 here on TCH Live. We got streaming 6 times a week, Tuesday. Tomorrow night, that is for TCH Live Dallas, and Wednesday, a Big O game happening for you Omaholics. Just can't quite get enough. You asked for it, got it. Big O happening. And again, Thursday, 2-5 game. And then with our tournament final tables happening on Saturdays and Sundays for all to enjoy. You can check out our archive at any point. Check out all of our highlight reels. Travel back in time. See some of the old classics and some of the big hands that over the years have certainly made this show very entertaining. And right back here to the $100 straddle now here for Sparks. So looks like at least agreed upon around the table for at least one round.
Yeah, I think that's right. But Carthy presumably did not put a tenth of his stack forward blind.
Yeah, I would. It seemed reasonable, you know.
Yeah.
He'd be a little late to the party, so he was not on the table once it began. So David is going to be Chaz now putting in the 3-bet here with the 3-deuce suited. Slicer opened, and totally Chaz.
Yeah, little slick, suited little slick. Slicer gets out of the way, and let's see if Big Daddy Chaz shows it to him. I don't think he will. No, you don't want to show that one. They're going to look you up real late.
You hungry? Hey, Ma! Can we get some meatloaf?
Yeah, that's your boy Chaz right there. As would check race his mom even on Mother's Day, and you would have the opportunity to do so. Moms play for free this Sunday here at Texas Card House. Again, hit that like button for us. Click subscribe if you have not. Ring the bell. Where you get notifications. Again, now across the 17.4 thousand subscriber mark. And every time you hit that like, you just open the door for other poker viewers out there to check out our table, check out our stream, and all things TCH 6 times a week. Yeah, Racer Nerd says 3-2 suited, 900. Yeah, just another Monday here for us.
Jay Wynn here, Jack 10 suited in the hijack. Definitely a hand you're going to want to open with the $100 straddle out there. Going to make it the 3x. Carthy has something that he's thinking about going in with, and he's going to put in a third of his stack here. Puts 300 in on 1K. Got to put your cards over the little thing. There it is. Ace Queen. Didn't just pile it in pre. He's just going to go for the call, see a flop, and see what happens. That's going to bring Tyler in with the all-you-can-eat 9-6
Yep.
suited over here, and Carthy is going to flop the best of it, so that's going to be good news for him. He checks it. Tyler quickly checks behind, and let's see here. If Jaywin goes for a range bet here, he's going to find out really quickly that, that Carthy has the best of it.
All right.
And Jaywin will go for a range bet. He's going to bet what looks like 200 here. For his sake, I hope it's not more than that. It is 200. The slightly less than 1/4 pot size bet, similar to what he did before. And now Carthy is going to just continue playing this slow. He's like, all right, all the chips are going in.
Yeah.
I mean, you pick the
Find one way
pace.
or another.
Yeah, you pick the pace. I'm just check calling.
All right, and a jack here on the turn does give Jaywin at least a little bit of a prayer, a little bit of hope. He'll see just how much is left, and
yeah, maybe a little bit of a misstep there from Jaywin not knowing that Carthy had exactly what he has before he started betting. But maybe he knew that he was short and just wanted to get one final confirmation of what was behind. As we get here to the end, Carthy ships his last 470 in. This pot has now gone up to 1.8K or so. Jaywin gonna have to try to figure out if he wants to call off with a jack. Diamond's bricked out. Jaywin doesn't have a diamond, and he looks like he's gonna pay it off. He does. Carthy shows the ace queen, and Jaywin will sort of frustratedly just pay this man his money.
pay his.
And Carthy getting a nice little double up there. So the $100 straddle working out good for Carthy. Didn't play that one quickly. But
You
he
need to
got paid.
understand that everything you do at the poker table conveys information.
Nice.
Just to get, I have a one time at least a show per minimum, and it's just done it randomly, random to Granu at some point during our stream. So Carthy now going to be over 2.3K. Came in the min for 1,000, trying to run it up, and Jaywin may have just been felt like, okay, maybe he's got a diamond draw, and I'm bluff catching here, but he's going to show him the goods. So, all right, Spark's still way above the rest here on the table, 21,800. All smiles, and boy, it's been funny, Aaron. I get off the table after the show is done, and he's in a remarkably great mood. So it's, at least he's embracing it. So
Yeah. As you should.
that's good Lord. All right, there's the $100 straddle on Chaz coming to feast. Raise up here to 300. Now Slicer here to defend with the ace deuce. So
Yeah, this is early position for straddle now. So Big Daddy Chaz going to have pretty strong range advantage and position here. Let's see if Slicer can pick something up. He does. He picks up a pair of deuces, and this is actually a really good board for him. So he's going to be feeling pretty good. Checks it over to Big Daddy Chaz, and Chaz is like, well, you don't whiff this hard and just give up. 350 to go. Let's put the pressure on Slicer over here. Both players playing almost identical stacks here. A little under 9K behind for both of these players as Slicer goes for the check call. Off to a turn we go. It's a 9 of clubs. Still no help for Big Daddy Chaz.
will that stop him?
He doesn't have a diamond or anything, but yeah, didn't pick up any equity, no pair. And check to a river. It's a jack. Big Daddy Chaz makes top pair on the end. It is a diamond completing, so Big Daddy Chaz could go thin or just take showdown here. You'd have to think that your bet would have to be pretty small to get paid off by a 6 or a 5 or even a deuce at this point. So if Big Daddy Chaz bets, I would imagine it's going to be something around 200, 250. And as I say that, of course I'm wrong. Big Daddy Chaz goes for a full pot size bet. Trying to get hero called by someone who just doesn't believe the diamond story.
He does apparently not believe in the Neil Diamond story either. So, all right.
Neil
did
Diamond.
Torch Night? Did you torch Neil? You can name that movie here, a real one. So, Hillbilly, here's a name for you to look out for. 5th round pick, KJ Britt, linebacker, Tampa Bay. I assume he is an Auburn Tiger. Fun NFL draft weekend here for us nerds. So, okay, I talked NFL draft. I have to do it to myself. Okay, I'll title it myself. So, hey, our good friend Ernesto, I always quote him in every other chat that I go to. So, every once in a while, you might see me pop in another room, and all I'm going to say is, the way.
The way.
It's been a more consistent chatter.
Heck yeah, man. Thanks for joining us, Ernesto. 730 of you fine folks watching. We are 5 likes away from the 250 mark, which is halfway to Bones breaking a finger and having Jeremy set it for him. So we got a long ways to go. We need to double these numbers in the next hour if we want to see if that comes true.
Our hopes and dreams rely on you. 500 likes to take us here to the promised. Well, that sounds kind of dark. So you're like, wait a second. And now I forgot about what was at stake here. Bones' finger, and that doesn't quite seem like. I'm not really rooting for it to happen, as no matter what his level of toughness is. All right, let's.
Yeah, so David going to open middle position, 7-6 suited. Carthy flats the cutoff, and he's already shown down the ace-queen from a flat previously. So player's going to recognize that he's not 3-betting near the top of his range. That's going to bring Sparks in with just a call, not going to go for a 3-bet. But Tyler is like, okay, there's enough flatting going on here that I can isolate and probably just squeeze this through. He's going to take it up to 1,500. And David, the first player to fall, the first domino in the chain. However, we will have to see if Carthy's going to go with it or not. But I would presume David will get out of the way, Carthy will fold, and Sparks probably going to do the same. But as usual, I'm wrong most of the time. Maybe not most of the time, but so Carthy isn't snap calling or something. He's just reaching for black chips to try to figure out what he wants to do with his life. But is he really going to call off over half of his stack? This would be an unusual play. I would give him that. This would take him down to just under what he started with behind and a fraction of the pot. And yeah, I think you look at that one more time and then pitch it in there, bud, which is what he does. Sparks will follow suit. Nice little pickup there from Tyler. Adds 1K to his stack without seeing a flop. So nice little job there for Tyler.
Decent. He's had a pretty nice night here on the stream. He got a little unlucky against Sparks. Did like a 5 or 6 bet jam with ace-4 suited when Tyler had ace-queen off, which was not an easy call. And he kind of, we wouldn't have blamed him absolutely if he just decided like, yeah, whatever, I'll let this one go. But he stuck to his guns, and they ran it twice when he got a little unlucky and wound up getting quartered in that spot. So,
yeah, but now he's third on the chip counts, and while he did add on to get stacked back up after he got quartered by Sparks, I think he is still solidly net positive. We'll have to take a look at the chip progress or whatever we're calling it as we move along. Wow, we've got a $200 straddle from Big Daddy Chaz. I mean, 100 just wasn't enough, so take it up to 2. And here comes Bones. Couple of Judies under the gun. Takes it up to 525. Big Daddy Chaz suited 10-9, puts in the call, and this pot is already 1.1K off of a single raise pot.
Boy, open ender here for Big Daddy Chaz, and Ace Magnet here as check and check. There's 5-ball here on the turn, so Jack would be just such a sick card if we do get that run out. But
I didn't want to say it because, Jack would be the Omega card. We didn't get it on the turn, but Big Daddy Chaz with just 10 high and a whole lot Nada. I mean, he's got, of course, the up and down straight draw, but 10 high is the only thing working. So he's going to take a shot at this. Goes 650 to call. Bones not going to give up so easily.
Nope. All right.
And a 10 of hearts on the end here. Big Daddy Chaz will pick up some showdown value, but now he's got to ask himself if it's ever good. He is going to take his option as a check. The jacks are going to hold, and Bones will pick up a nice little 1.2K there. Big Daddy Chaz, show the hand, and ship the pot over to Bones.
Yes, sir. Again, keep hitting that like, subscribe. Streaming 6 nights a week. TCH Live has had a whole round of like $100 straddles, and look like they're just trying to keep it going. Not sure if we're going to try to keep it going throughout the evening or when the streak will be. I mean, we had a $200 straddle here, so yeah. Just as I say that, yeah, I've been remarking early in the stream, and I got corrected in the chat. That I was like, oh, it just seems like, well, 20. I mean, there's nothing absolutely wrong. Like, still putting a $20 straddle still makes us a huge game. There's not the psycho double, triple, quadruple, but now we're seeing the $100 straddles being put around across the board here. So who will keep the streak alive, keep it going all the way around? There's a lot of action here. As J1 actually going to be forced to fold the ace-10 offsuit. Can't believe my eyes there, Aaron.
Well, honestly, ace-10 offsuit should be a fold UTG anyways, and then you tack on the $100 straddle to where you could be really, like, getting out of line, or maybe not really getting out of line, but, like, really finding yourself in a sticky situation, which is why ace-10 is just usually a fold UTG, because, like, you got to get through the entire field, and if somebody shows resistance later on, you're going to be playing the entire hand out of position with a hand that makes marginal pairs.
Oh, absolutely.
Or marginal top pairs with marginal kickers. Like, it's just kind of weird.
All right, so
I like the fold.
Continue on here on 5/10 night. About the last hour of the show, again, 6 p.m. to 10 Central Time. As again, congratulations there on the nice run out there in the Houston Poker Series. Out there, wound up being $2 million in the prize pool or so, but making a good run at it. And can't wait to see what you do next. As gosh, we can't wait to see what Sparks is going to be able to gather in these other hands too, because being smashed right in the face with some excellent starting combos, and also playing the most out of them. And here with the $100 straddle on, he's going to get to open with jacks. Bones going to call with 9-8 of clubs, and J1 now may be tempted to come on in for 150 more with the 8-6 suited. All right. David will step away. Okay, so we're going to go 3 ways now here that J1 pops in.
All right. So, King, Jack, Deuce, Sparks can do no wrong. Flops middle set here. Unfortunately for him, his opponents really don't have anything to continue with, so very unlikely that more chips will go in here. But Sparks will need to put in some chips himself and try to get this pot a building. 250, 1/3 pot size bet, and quick folds. Sparks won't get any extra action there.
All right, so if you're just tuning in, $100 straddle is being introduced all throughout the last round or so. Players have been adding it up, and we'll see. Will it continue? Will it continue? Wait, well, that's not a $100 chip there, Aaron. He's only going to put out 20. Folks, the streak may be snapped. We've had $100 and $200 straddles. Okay, folks.
Move this man!
That one's one of my favorite little sound clips because, I don't know.
It's from that half-baked portion. The scene and context is so great because it's just like Dave Chappelle's trying to change his life, and all the addicts are like, what? Boo this man. Boo.
All right, Jeremy has not played a hand in a minute. That will not change as he folds the Doyle Brunson, otherwise known as the Donald Brendan from my old bar game. J-Win with the suited 10-9 out of the big blind. He's going to come along for sure. Let's see if he does it with a 3-bet. He does. Yeah, there it is. I was like, I know he grabbed extra black chips. Okay. David now cold calls out of the straddle with the suited ace-3. And that'll price Big Daddy Chaz in on the button. Wow, look at that flop for David.
That's kind of flop the not flush draw with middle pair. Everybody else has totally bricked on this. Not even really any hope except for maybe Big Daddy Chaz for overs and a backdoor heart draw. But
yeah, I mean, both J-Win and Big Daddy Chaz control live cards for pairs. But yeah, I mean, J-Win just going to go ahead and give up here, as you should, with 10-9 of spades on this flop up against two players with position on you. David going to go ahead and come after this. He's going to bet over half pot here. Looks like 575. They should get two quick folds from his opponents. Big Daddy Chaz, quick fold confirmed. J-Win, quick fold waiting to be found. And J-Win just going to go through his options here, I suppose. But really, I mean, even if you had a value hand, like aces with the ace of clubs or something, I mean, like, you just would never go for a raise. But you can't call with 10-9, so the only option would be raise. And so you just have nothing to balance it with. And, yeah, he's just going to let it go. David will take it down.
yes, sirree, Bob. So, all right, seeing what else we should be highlighting here. Again, a bad beat jackpot happening at Texas Card House through all of our clubs to get over 31,000 total. And if you want to play our free rolls here, it's like, wow, there's a pretty big games here. Meaning for the average Joe Schmo, you could play in our Wednesday free roll for Hold'em, our Friday night PLO. 1K guaranteed, $20 rebuys and add-ons. And that's also ladies' night here for 50% off. Also, our Saturday tournaments have moved to a 3K guarantee to first place. We've been having pretty good turnout, so
heck yeah.
Yeah, come on down here on Saturday. It's got a nice value tournament. There's the $100 straddle going to be put on here. It looks like by E.
Yeah, E not afraid to put that 100 out there. His two neighbors are not going to oblige that. However, he will happily put in the money himself to juice up the action. Jeremy now looking down at the first couple of decent cards he's had in a minute. Ace, King offsuit in the hijack. This is going up, and let's find out what the price is. Looks like 350. Going for the 3.5x. Most of the other players have been going for the 3x on the $100 straddle. He's going to go 350. Probably with the hopes that he just gets it through and wins the $115. He does accomplish that goal, and Andrew takes it down. All right, just about 50 minutes left in the broadcast. I am going to step out really quick.
Yeah, we are.
I'll be back momentarily.
Firing through. Got to take a breather here, so it's good. So,
all right,
yeah, go ahead.
Be right back.
Might need to hear before the storms arrive. All right, Mike Emmett here with you. Hillbilly, Youngblood, the Iowan Cyclone. Yeah, I mean, I kind of more root for the Hawkeyes, but once you get far away from home, man, you find yourself caring about stuff you wouldn't have really cared otherwise. So, anyway, $20 straddle going to be put on here by our short stack. Again, the $100 straddle rounds kind of started before Carthy showed up at the table, so he doesn't necessarily bond it for the min, so I'm not going to give him too hard of a time. We did get a special request, though, for that sound effect, so no disrespect here to David. He's going to call actually he's going to Okay, he will raise the $20 straddle with pocket sevens. There's 8-5 offsuit. Dun, 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 dun. King 7-7 and just quads here for David, so no big deal. Just the everlasting nuts here. Quad sevens, Carthy with absolutely no hand here, though. Absolutely none. 8 high is going to make the fold. Okay, we've got Sal Del Tio. Oh, Sal Del Tio. Really good casters. Soundboard weak. Okay, hold on a second.
I'm Michael Jordan. Stop it. Get some help.
Yeah. Hold on. One more.
Your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer.
Yeah, no kidding. I've seen what makes some of you guys cheer and get you excited, so I hear any criticism and just like, okay, I'll take that into consideration. Has I ever had a Heisman? I believe Niall Kinnick did. Niall Kinnick was our lone Heisman winner. He also died during World War II, and you can actually go see that ship out. I see. Out in Corpus Christi. So there's an answer here for you. And we'll continue here, TCH Live Monday night edition. Okay. Apparently got a high-scoring Wizards game here. As I'm going to now have a dealer change and a bomb pot. Yeah, there's a lot of tired legs in the NBA right now. Guys are getting here towards the end of the season, and they have been playing so many games throughout this year that I think defense is not a premium, and guys putting up a lot of points. So that's just a sideboard topic here. All right, here we go. Bomb pot, $25. Yeah, well, Lottie's saying too bad there's no high hand. Yeah, that was last month. He would have absolutely locked that thing up had we still had that promotion. So everything's kind of changed here monthly. If you want to stay in the mix here, follow us at tch.atx. You can follow me at HoopsMike on the gram. Follow Aaron at Words Are Hearts. Yeah, just follow and scroll Instagram till the day you die. As the very fast-acting Sal, good man here. Is kind of tough part here with the bomb pots is trying to get those hands out there quickly. It's going to get a run out. Bones trying to get back here to a seat and here we go. We'll read out all the cards. Then we'll take a look here at the board to see who's most connected to it. Looks like Carthy has got an open-ender. Biggest chance here for equity, unless Bones has got a really strong hand hidden under there. Carthy also has a middle pair. We've got David with a pair of nines and just the last position. And he's just going to try to blast it through and see if maybe he can get everybody to fold. All right, it may work here, though. Now, Carthy is going to call, so Bones also here in the mix as well. So unless he's got, I'd be surprised if he had a 10-jack. It'd probably be more likely to maybe have an 8-10. Okay, never mind. 9-8 with kings, backdoor clubs, and the overpair. And it is going to be the 10 of diamonds, so that will put Carthy here with the advantage for the 8-6. Again, 8-jack is the nuts here in this spot. So, though he likes his hand here, with the amount that he has in his stack, he does have to kind of play with some little level of caution. And thankfully, no diamonds as well. And we'll see if David tries to fire again. As I guess now he has picked up at least potentially some outs for a chop. Don't know how many 8s are remaining. We do know one was folded. If one was folded, Bones has one in his hand. There's, somebody trying to be a Nick from Human Imposter. Not in my house, sir. Well, not a lot of this tomfoolery. So, all right, is David going to blast it here? We'll see if Carthy decides to rip because, unless he's extremely concerned of Queen Jack with diamonds or a set potentially moving on here, and he's actually going to lay down the better hand. David forcing the better hand to fold, and he's going to win this single board PLO bomb pot. Now we do double boards typically here at the Texas Card House in Austin. Every once in a while you might see a single board or some folks electing to do Hold'em or Pineapple, but generally 80% plus of the time it's going to be double board PLO bomb pots happening. So, all right. The usual suspect, that's correct. It's a federal offense to impersonate a chat pro. We do take this very seriously. If you're really the real Nick from Yuma, prove it. What's one thing Nick from Yuma would reference that only Nick from Yuma and I would know? That's how you can show that you're the real deal. All right. Boy Bob here in the chat. What's going on, friend? I'm very suspicious. As we've got to raise up here by Slicer to 250. Chad's going to call here with some deuces. J1 here with pocket fours is actually was Tyler opening here first act as Sparks putting on the $100 straddle. This J1 going to come along with pocket fours. Sparks feels incentivized to come along in, and going to bring on 4 players. Tyler at open with pocket 5, so 3 pocket pairs and a suited 2-gap are going to bring us here to our flop. A set of 5s, open ender for Sparks with backdoor hearts. J1 also, I guess, with a gutter ball to a 7, and we've got action. So there's a bet here of 525 by Tyler. Lead into here with the set of 5s. Most likely, I would expect it probably just goes call, or excuse me, fold call. J1 giving it up, and then Sparks at least taking a card. Bye-bye. Does back here to Spark, and J1 actually will take a card here with pocket 4s. And Sparks will come along here for the ride as well. So let's see if we can think of a juicy turn card here to continue to make the action as bazonkers as it's been. And that is going to be, well, 6 is full. Excuse me, 5's full here for Tyler. Here we go. Well, we got a hand here, Aaron. You got a Tyler had opened here to 250, flopped the set, led for like a 525 bet, got called by J1, and late position Sparks had the open ender. Now the 6 peels off, so Tyler's here with the best fit right now.
Yeah, now he goes into check mode to hopefully let someone catch up. He's like, I want someone to get a straight at this point or an inferior full house for J-Win. Action is back over to J-Win, and he is in the tank here trying to decide if he wants to go for a sort of a probe for protection here with his baby pair, and he is going to stick out a bet here. This one is... So you can deny equity from cards that would make a better pair. Can also charge a flush draw, but this is a bit ambitious. I think I would be more inclined to just check behind and sort of see what develops with such a weak holding, but J-Win is going to stab at this. Sparks is going to get out of the way, and this is exactly what Tyler wanted. So 1.5K more in the pot. He has a full house. And Jay Wynn now effective stack 4.1K behind, just about exactly a stack to pot ratio of 1 here. Let's see if Tyler plays this slow, goes for a call. But I think now's the time to pretty much just pile it in. I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah,
see which way Tyler takes this.
Yeah, which way will we go, chat pros? Tyler taking one more straight. I will try to pile it in now. Effectively drive J1 out of this hand, but I guess maybe he can entertain some possibilities. Sometimes he gets cooler, but I would have extreme doubt that's in his mind right now. So, all right, so 1.5 call as we go heads up here to the river. 5.6 in the middle. A jack on the end will change nothing. We believe in nothing, Mr. Lebowski, not even Vicious River. So Tyler trying to set the trap to make J1 go one more time, and maybe having some kind of frustration there. But nonetheless, J1 will check behind, hoping maybe he still had some hope of it, and Tyler going to take down another big pot. So he's sitting with 14.6 here on the evening. Wow.
Yeah, really nice showing for Tyler after running into one or two sort of tough spots earlier, but everything going his way right now. And it's his option for the $100 straddle. Let's see if he leaves one of those little black chips out across the line. He does. So the $100 straddle will continue.
Yeah, we've gone just about all the way around, and all right.
Yeah, here we go.
Another chat pro bites the dust. All right.
All right, Jay Wynn going to go ahead and stack up just a little bit, reaching into the envelope to pull out a few more dollar bills, y'all. Slicer not having anything to do with an under-the-gun open Jack 10 offsuit. Folds over and around to Jay Wynn, offsuit, ace 7 in the hijack. This is just going to be an easy fold for him. And now David, he's got the looks of a man who's raising, and he is. Puts 3x out there with his holdings. We'll get that scanned in and the action updated. Here it is, ace jack of clubs. E going to go ahead and float the button here. Jack 10 offsuit. Going to play this one in position. Tyler out of the way from the straddle position. Heads up to a flop. E in position with the dominated jack. Whole lot of nothing there for both players. David, with the 2 overcards and the betting lead, he's going to go ahead and use the small continuation bet here. That's 200. And E, let's see here. 2 overs to the board, 3 to a straight, no diamonds in sight. He's going to peel one off, see what develops on the turn. It's a 7. He does pick up a little bit of equity. He's now got an 8 for the nut straight. Taking a look over at his neighbor here, giving him the mad dog from 1 seat over. David now checks it. And E, this is a prime opportunity for him to go for a bluff and see if he can get one through with just jack high. 1.1K in the middle. Suspect something around 750, 800 is coming from him. And let's see, which did E choose for bet size here? 650, so right in the ballpark. David going to show him the ace jack, and E going to show him the jack 10. He's like, you had me, man, but what are you going to do? That's a good turn for me, bad turn for you, and I'm in position, so I win. E going to take down a nice little pot right there, getting a little bit of traction going for that man. And off we go to the next hand as Jay Wynn got his extra chips added on. Perhaps doing a little bit of Instagram updating. You can always follow along with Jay Wynn. He posts a lot of updates, keeping you apprised of his daily action on the felt. And if you're interested, you can follow me on the gram as well, at Words Are Hards on Instagram. You can also check out Mr. Mike Youngblood, who has stepped out of the booth here for a moment to deal with some things, at Hoops Mike, as we had ourselves a slight miscalculation on the deal there. So we'll get things squared back up, started back over for this one. $100 straddle back in play. Sal here in the box, pitching the cards, and off we go to the next hand. Moving into the last 35 minutes of the broadcast, taking a look at the like counter, we're up to 272. Looks like Bones' finger may just survive the night, so unless we blast off another 228 likes in the next 35 minutes, Bones will not be put on the spot to live up to his whatever that was, his wager or whatever it was. Words Are Hards here. TCH Live. Bones here going to get out of the way after an open. 325 here from Big Daddy Chaz. Waiting to get his card scanned in. Ace-5, offsuit, under the gun +2. Big Daddy Chaz mixing it up. Tyler now out of the big blind. King-Queen offsuit. He's going to put in the call. Play this one out of position. 755 in the middle. Big Daddy Chaz going to flop it. Got top pair. Backdoor club draw. Tyler drawing real thin. Going to need to run out. Runner to catch up. Continuation bet of 350 here. Nut no pair going in the muck. Tyler done with it there. So Big Daddy Chaz just going to go ahead and take that one down. And on to the next one we go. All right. So thank you guys for joining us. This is, of course, Monday, 5-10 Uncapped. Taking a look at the pre-flop raises there. Big Daddy Chaz and David sitting up at the top. And, yeah, Carthy there sat down with the 1K. Got the double up plus a little bit on the ace-queen hand. In that one hand, and yeah, got the full double through J-Win plus a little bit of extra money that went in, and he has largely just been sort of cruising and not really getting involved too much. He did flat an open with ace-jack offsuit at one point. Now he's going to limp nines here in the cutoff, 1.5K behind. I think he's got more than that. From the looks of his stack there, he is sitting on more than the 1.5K we have there. So chip count's not quite accurate unless I just can't see things straight. But he is going to limp that, and that is going to bring in Sparks on the button, ace-7 off, and Jeremy will check his option from the straddle 4-3 suited, making J-Win proud right there. Yeah. Sparks here going to flop a pair of 7s, Jeremy a gutter, and Carthy the overpair. And Carthy snap checks this. This is a great board for his hand, and sort of interesting. I guess just going to go for pot control and see how things develop. Sparks bets 200 with his pair of 7s, ace kicker, and Carthy goes for the check call. 6 puts a 1-liner, 4-liner, however you want to say that, to a straight out there. Carthy controls 2 of the 9s, so he's got a very strong hand. Checks it over to Sparks, who will check it back. River is a king. And Carthy now taking a peek down. He's like, yep, sure enough, I have a straight. Time to bet my hand. And puts out a little bitty 350, 1/2 pot size bet. And Sparks should be able to get away from this pretty easily, I would imagine. Tons of 2 pairs, straights, other sorts of combinations that Carthy could be holding on to. And indeed, we'll let it go. Carthy will take one down. And, yeah, 2.1K is not his effective stack right now, but he did pick up a nice little pot right there.
Yeah, somebody's saying, Bones looking like Nemi. I know Nemi said at the end of his vlog that trip to Texas was going to be in the works, so we'll find out more details on that. Had to go outside quick, check, make sure I had a window up, because we got the storms coming through here, but not quite yet, but...
Yeah, when I was out there, it wasn't raining, but any droplets coming down yet? Or
that
no?
Does not look like it. Apparently, thankfully, everything kind of missing us and drifting more northwest than right over our card room. So, okay, well, take that, National Weather Service, which obviously their solvers are not as strong as what you may find out in the book. All kidding aside, as well, we've got a 300 straddle being put on here by Chaz, and David going to open now here with the Queen Jack offsuit up to 700. As Chaz now may have the option to defend with a 9-2 suited. And that's exactly what we're going to do. So Queen Jack versus 9 deuce of diamonds. Just another Monday night 9-9 ace. Why not?
Big Daddy Chaz, man, he is not afraid to get in the mix with some just really weird hands. But
Great success.
that was some great success on that flop. Checks it over. David goes for a range bet here. A lot of times is just going to get. Daddy Chaz goes for the check call, and David's like, oh, God. All right, this isn't working. Picks up a pair.
A little bit of showdown value in some cases, and check. And here what we get.
Oh, no! Oh, no! How?
Runner, never funner here for David. And Chaz will not believe this once this.
Well, the thing that's going to weird him out the most is when he gets raised here on the end, because he's going to go for, like a 2/3 bet here for 1,700. And David is really losing to pocket nines and ace queen. So probably feeling pretty strong about his hand. And with 3.5K behind, bet a 1.7 there, he can just min-click this all in. And then Big Daddy Chaz is just going to be like, what? How is this real life, right? Like, yeah, David's all in. Big Daddy Chaz is like, you never do this with an ace. You're never bluffing, so you have a queen. Maybe a 9 every once in a while, but probably not. Probably not. So, like, what the hell just happened?
Just like he's going to be in disbelief if he either calls or he sees this after the fact and goes, how could this have happened?
Well, it's 1.8K to win a pot that's going to go up to 9.5. I mean, he doesn't have to be right very often at all, but you can't call and be right here almost ever. I mean, this is just such a weird spot. Like, you chop even so infrequently that you add in the tiny little bit of extra equity or whatever you want to call it, like chip equity from call, and you chop in with all the times that he just always has a queen. It's astronomical.
So you're just like, did he check? Did he really bet like aces full here in this spot? But he's gonna still continue to think it through.
Yeah, this is just super weird, and like feels so unlucky because your opponent needed to go runner, did go runner, and Big Daddy Chaz though does recognize that however low of a probability event that was, it's what happened, and that he can save himself 1.8K, and he does let it go.
Yeah, had to defend. He puts out the $300 straddle, defends it, he gets the good fortune, and then becomes the unfortunate son. Wow. Anti-Creedence Clearwater Revival here. So, all right, join us here still in the chat. We've got our last 25 minutes. Let's just go on a like brigade, TCH live chat army. Go on and invade that like button here for us. Go smash and crash it. As, hey, another chat pro bites the dust, puppy. We got this, man, we had some character just kind of keep making new accounts would come on in. So, brother. Oh, wow. So, nonetheless, this man is dedicated to continue to trying to crash our chat. Maybe I find an IP ban here at some point. I don't know how, what's the further levels. But here we go. We've got Tyler opening here to 250 in the cutoff. Slicer, relatively quiet evening. Has not had to get too mixed up in much. No, very tough player.
Gonna go ahead and flat the button, queen 10 off, which is a little speculative, but I guess, you know, if he knew that what Tyler was opening with, he'd feel pretty good about playing in position against that. However, Tyler is gonna flop a pair and a straight draw. And Slicer has a whole lot of nothing two overcards, so he just folds it, and Tyler's like, cool. I like that. 5-3 suited, I win.
All right, so Mike Gimlet, Aaron McAvoy, down the stretch we go. It's not the Kentucky Derby, however, but you can still root for your favorite horse here on TCH Live. Again, our streaming 6 nights a week. If you're checking us out for the first time, make sure to click subscribe. We're well over 3 million total views of all of our content in well over a year and a half. And we're almost coming up on the day since we came back here from COVID. I believe it was like the beginning and middle of May. What? What's that? It was the end of May, so it's just like, boy, we've have been breezing right along since that day. And just keep growing and getting better. Appreciate all you guys' support as
So Jaywin going to go ahead and down bet the straddle or down straddle.
Yeah, down straddle. He's going to turn
straddle.
it down. It's just like, hey, this is getting a little loud here. We're going to balance this.
Yeah, so in for 25. Carthy going to limp the 25 with the ace-6 off from early middle position. Big Daddy Chaz completes out of the small blind, and Jaywin waking up with king-queen off. Out of that $25 straddle, he's going to go for the squeeze, take it up to 125. Carthy says, I ain't done yet. And Big Daddy Chaz says, cool. If you're in, I'm in. Let's go 3 ways to a flop. 4 deuce suited, king, queen, and ace-6 all in the mix. And everybody except for Big Daddy Chaz gets a piece right there, otherwise known as Jaywin and Carthy. Carthy with the bottom pair, toppest of kickers. Jaywin, toppest of pairs, secondest of kickers, and all of those words are the best. You heard it here first. TCH Live.
Yeah.
Bet a 150 from Jaywin.
Yes.
Carthy now, bottom pair here, no diamond. He's not done with this yet. Says, I need to see a turn. Jazz, of course, out of the way, and here we go. Heads up to a turn. Looking for a 6 or an ace is Carthy. That's a 4 of diamonds. Not a card that probably either player was really excited to see. But Jaywin not going to slow down just yet. Out of position, doesn't want to give up the lead and let his opponent just sort of blast him off with an all-in bet or something silly. So he bets 250. Carthy gets out of the way, and Jaywin will take it down.
All right. There's one more message out here to the chat pros.
Why are you the way that you are? Honestly, every time I try to do something fun or exciting, you make it not that way.
Okay. I just had to quote Michael Scott because it is one of the great scenes in that show. Is all right. The shaming of David seems to have worked. He's put out the $100. Oh, does it put it at 75 or 100?
I think
I
it's
had a
100.
request from
I
the
think it's
table
100.
to do that. So, boo this man. All right.
All right, well, we'll find out here shortly if it is indeed 100. I want to say that I see a little green lurking under that last one, but maybe it's just the 75. It is just the 75.
Which is good enough.
Eyes are better than mine.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, Slicer here and the hijack, ace-5 offsuit. Before he does something silly, he decides to just go ahead and get those cards away from him. Bones, however, from the small blind, ace-king offsuit. He's definitely going to raise this up. Jaywin next to act in the big blind with queen-jack offsuit. I feel like Jaywin's probably going to flat this and play man in the middle, perhaps, inviting David in, but David just gets out of the way. So Jaywin will have position, marginal holding here. 10-6-6 rainbow. Not the flop that either player was dreaming of, but Bones with the range advantage in the lead. He's just going to check it over. Says ace high here is going to be good a lot of the time. See if Jaywin wants to do anything. Nope, checky, checky. And there it is, a queen on the turn. Queen O is coming on the turn. Jaywin picks up the best hand, top pair. Interesting now, Bones now going to go for a bet. Bet of 300 here. Picks up the gutter, still has the 2 overs. Maybe thinking that if J-Win has a hand like 4s, 5s, something like that, it's going to put a lot of pressure on them. He can get a better hand to fold. J-Win, of course, picking up the pair of queens, is not going anywhere. And unless this river is an ace, king, or jack, there it is, king. Now Bones safely with the best hand. I was going to be curious to see how he would react, but now picking up top pair, top kicker on the end. Oh, he checks it. All right. Didn't want to get some sort of really big raise or something off a J-Win with a 6 perhaps, so just checks, lets J-Win drive the action if he's going to. J-Win checks, takes a showdown, and no good. Bones will ship the pot. And yeah, more of the nonsense in the chat from this
get
man.
help. Get help.
Yeah, I don't really understand it. I mean, like, it's just...
Probably
it's
like
not,
drinking. There's probably a good chance there's probably some alcohol involved. That's
That's
really like
probably
the
true.
only way when you continue to try to do the same bit. Like, that's the only way you could kind of convince yourself it's funny. Or maybe you're a sociopath. That might be...
That's also possible.
It is...
It is the internet, after all, where all of the sociopaths just sort of come out from under whatever.
And most of
moldy
them don't
rock they
watch
live
our
under.
stream. I think they like other streams. That's what I've heard. That's not my opinion. It's just what I've heard.
Oh, okay.
Okay. That's...
Air quotes.
Air quotes. No, we love it all, but we want to make sure it's a fun time for everybody. Yes, da-da-da-da. There's...
David here looking at the $100 straddle, says 9-4, no good. And E shows him an ace and a 9. So, yeah, E with the best of it for sure. Just going to go ahead and get the walk. $100 straddle, prints $15. Works every time. Some of the time.
90% of the time, 70% of the time, every time.
I
I'm
think
not
that's
sure.
right. Yeah.
Gary C. Oh, shit. Okay, sorry. Didn't want to summon a... I thought he might already pop in when I started talking about getting vaccinated, so I was leaving a little bait out there like Beetlejuice.
Oh, my God. All right. I mean, just
I guess if you had
stop.
enough time, you could create enough accounts and then potentially use them to, like, ViewBot and stuff. So I've had my kind of suspicions on shit like that. But we got kings, we've got jacks, we've got... Because I guess in theory you could make a ton of all these accounts and open them up. I mean, you'd probably have to use a hell of a lot of processing power for it. Your YouTube should allow IP blocking, says Alex. Yeah, I am just a mod, not the... But nonetheless, we won't focus on that. Okay, 3-bet here by J1 up to 325. Back here to Slicer, as we said. Okay, hey, kind of a quiet night now about to get a little bit louder.
Yeah, so 75 open, 3x from J-Win on the button. Slicer here with the Cowboys going for the 4-bet, taking this up to 850, so 625 back to J-Win. And with a couple of jacks on the button, playing this one in position, I think you're going to go ahead and call this 100% of the time against this opponent. Against someone that you felt was going to dramatically underbluff on 4-bets, then you could consider the really nitty fold and just be done with it. But I think certainly at this table with this lineup, you're just going to flat this every day of the week, 100% of the time, every time.
Yeah.
J-Win does so, and on the button with 5.1K, the effective stack, looking at a stacked pot ratio of 3. Going to go ahead and flop the overpair for both players. 9-6-5, couple of spades out there, neither player with a spade. J-Win does have the nut advantage here. He is going to have all of the 9s. And occasionally pocket 6s and 5s if he gets sticky with those to play in position, go set mining. Not going to happen too often, probably, I would suspect. So Slicer not too worried about the sets. Just going to go for value here. Try to get paid by exactly jacks, 10s. Hopefully not get coolered by 9s. In his mind, of course. Bet 750. J-Win. His opponent could have ace-king. Very possible. 750 into 1750. So just about 40% pot, something like that. J-Win reaching for calling chips and will put in the call. So off to a turn we go. Slicer takes another peek at his cards. And the turn is King of Spades. Slicer going to go ahead and make top set. Does bring in the front door flush.
But may give the opportunity here for J1 to get away from his hand if it has not led that direction here at this point.
Yeah, ace-king got there. If you were beating anything, it was that hand pretty much every time. On occasion, could be ace-queen suited. One of the 4 versions of that has just made a flush. So quite a few hands that you lose to, and only a very small portion that you are better than. Slicer bets out 2.2K. That is half of the chips that J-Win has remaining. J-Win will probably do a little bit of calculating, thinking, and let his hand go, but we'll give him the time to come to that conclusion, as there is 5.5K in the middle. And your opponent could always be bluffing.
It could always be.
He could be bluffing.
They generally are always bluffing, like 70% of the time, every time.
Yeah.
No, okay, never mind.
Yeah, the toughest part about when you have a big hand is, like, you go into this place where you're like, all right, let me think of the hands he could be bluffing, right? And you kind of, like, you push aside all of the hands that you already know beat you, and you're like, let me think about the ones that he could be bluffing with.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, of course.
And you try to fixate on that just a
Queen
little.
Jack. You could have just the Ace of Spades somehow. Just like I've got to find a way to construct it that somehow I win.
Yeah.
Because I'm Jay. No, that's not how he thinks at all. But
well, but as just like the general person, I think we all tend to do that when we have a hand that we like and that we don't want to fold. Yeah, I'm certainly guilty.
It's just
of
like
this
a
on
lot
occasion.
of them, you know.
Yeah. J-Win has not folded yet. I do think that this was a pretty clear-cut fold from the turning over onto the felt, but J-Win does go through the motions, thinks it through, comes to the conclusion that indeed that is the right move, does let it go, and yeah, best hand wins. On to the next hand we go. Moving into the last 12 minutes of the broadcast. Let's take a look. How many likes are we up to?
294.
294.
Decent number, but it appears Bones' finger will be safe here this evening unless we get the like brigade come on in. And we invite you to do the same. So,
Jarrett, I just want to clarify this was a 4-bet pre, so the naked ace of spades would almost always be paired with a king in that case. And once again, another
whack-a-troll. It's kind of like playing whack-a-mole. It's just one comes up. It's like cockroaches. You kill one, 5 come out. Yet others, so.
Yeah, no, whoever that person is has got to just be wasted. That's the only explanation. All right, E here, King 9 of hearts in the small blind facing and button open from David. E goes for the call, sparks out of the way. These players going heads up to a flop. E with the dominated 9. And it's king high, though, so E going to outflop his opponent.
E the type of guy to 3 out his opponent, I guess. So all right.
Absolutely right. Checks it over to David. And David is going to have a range advantage here, so he goes for a small 1/3 pot continuation bet. Does have the 9 of spades for a little bit of funky backdoor if he needs it. He goes for the check call.
Yes.
Off to a turn we go. It is a deuce of clubs, so the funky backdoor wheel is also in play. Checks it over, and David now faced with a decision. 1K in the pot. Does he size up and rep the ace-king, the king-queen, spades, the sets? And he will. Bet of 550. 550 into 1K. So the 1/2 pot size bet on the turn second barrel is a little bit, you know, out of the realm of like what usually happens. So E feels pretty confident to go for the check call once again.
Now 6 on the end, so you still with the best of it, but yeah, or David, I guess, could represent some 5x there, but I don't know. This you'd have to really be pumping 5-6 here pretty hard, and I think he's smart enough to figure this out. We'll see. Maybe do we just go to showdown or?
Yeah, good give up by David there. When the front door flush draw bricks and there's a texture changing card like the 6 there, you know, maybe not the most texture changing card ever, but like it's hard for someone to continue betting, even with like ace king there. Like, yeah, they can go for thin value, but like king queens, king jacks, like they're just gonna check back. So for you to bet big there and try to get your opponent to fold something is just really tough. So I do like the give up there. Sometimes you just got to do that. And E will take it down. Pair of kings.
All right, last couple of minutes. Again, if you want to hit us up with a super sticker or super chat, we invite you to do so before the show ends. Can't do it after the show is done. So appreciate all your guys' support. Keep hitting that like button as we almost get towards the end of our Monday 5-10 edition. And all right, do we have a raise here? We have Slicer with Ace King. Yeah. Opening now here on the $100 straddle. J-Win now here going mining for deuces.
Yeah, and that'll bring David in, suited 6-5. And yeah, here towards the end of the night, we do frequently see players opening it up just a little bit more, get in some big hands for the lights, the cameras, the action all turns down. The action doesn't turn down. This game continues going well.
We just get turned up. That's not tonight, though. We're no booze here back between either of us. I think both too tired to get shammered, you know?
Right you are, my friend.
That's like, all right, if I have more energy. Top pair, top kicker here for Slicer. Backdoor spades. Nobody else connecting with us at all.
1.1K in the middle. 3 opponents and out of position. Yeah, Slicer just going to go for 725 here. Just about 2/3 pot. And, yeah, that's just going to go ahead and get all these players to get out of the way. I would imagine E, the only player left, and he's done with it as well. Slicer going to take it down. Jedi Master Ted here dropping us $5 super chat saying, Carolyn rocks. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. Yes. Carolyn does rock.
So does Cleveland, but I think Carolyn rocks more. So, all right. Another whack-a-mole, whack-a-troll, another $100 straddle here by Mr. Slicer.
Jason Tyler here asking who is the big winner of the night. That would be your man Sparks.
Yet again.
Sparks again, the man on top. Tyler has also had a pretty good night himself. And, yeah, we'll probably get another look at the graphic here in the next 6 minutes or so before we wrap things up. So you'll be able to take a look and see how things have progressed. Big Daddy Chaz has taken a little bit of a beating here tonight. Ran into a couple of bad spots. And now he's going to raise it up with a couple of threes. See if he can get something done right here. So folds through over to Sparks in the small blind. He's done with it. Tyler's done with it. And our man on the $100 straddle, it's Slicer with a couple of Judies, and he's just going to flat call, play this one tricky. Judies against Trays, and it's a 7-5-4 flop. Big Daddy Chaz with a pair of threes, backdoor clubs that are no good, and a gutter ball to a 6.
Turn's going to come out of 5 here for Chaz. Again, Slicer still here with the best fit, but still some hope potentially. Oh, God, another guy. It just multiplies.
Yeah, check, check. Another 5 on the turn. Slicer leads for 400. Big Daddy Chaz says it's kind of hard for you to have too much here. I mean, I could definitely be behind, but 4 is rarely going to bet for value for that size. So I'll go ahead and call. Off to a river. Queen of Hearts. Not going to be a ton of queens in Big Daddy Chaz's continue range here, so you don't really have to be afraid of that. Slicer can go for value against a 7 or even a middling pair like 8s, 9s, and 10s that would potentially check back this flop every once in a blue moon. But yeah, mostly just going to target, I guess this is like targeting at pocket 6s, ace 7, something like that. I don't know. There's actually not a lot of hands that you can really think of that you could get to pay this off. But Big Daddy Chaz thinks it through. Let's go the 3s, and Slicer will just take down the pot with what's in the middle.
All right. Got more Chat Pro energy here in the chat. Big Chat Pro energy. That's all right. No, a couple more hands. I imagine Big Daddy Chaz due up. Maybe he'd try to put out another monster straddle to keep pumping up the action. Everybody well above the Lottie line. Got that Lottie line at 15% VPIP, and everybody hovering above, even on the tighter side on this table. What do you know? We got $100 and we got a $500 double straddle. The Big Daddy out here for the action. Stuck a little bit, trying to push the issue a little bit, and mad respect here to a fan favorite of this live stream. There we go, 500 to call or raise. Folds, folds, folds.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to go after this, and Jeremy with ace high with no interest. It's just like, I'm not worthy.
Yeah, I mean, he had 31.5 big blinds to start the hand on a $500 straddle. So, yeah, ace 5 out of position. You'd hate to raise, just like throw 1,500 away with ace 5 when your opponent just like 3-bets you or calls in position, you whiff. Yeah, I mean, these big straddles will do that to a person, you know, like you got to have something that you're ready to gamble with. That's for sure. All right, just a couple minutes left in the broadcast. Big Daddy Chaz with the $500 straddle in play. Bones UTG ace king offsuit, raising it up to 1.2K. Carthy done with the 9-8 suited. Not going to gamble here at the end of the night.
Yep.
Tyler done with his ace 8 suited as well. He's just like, nah, like this is just getting a little bit out of hand. But Big Daddy Chaz, we know what he's doing.
Yeah, he's like, come on, 7-6 off. Connected, I'm heads up, I can got played.
And let's take a look at this flop. Ace King against 7-6. Both of Big Daddy Chaz's suits are covered. However, he's just going to outflop Bones with a pair of 6s. An interesting choice here from Bones to continue. Goes for 900. Yes, he's going to have a strong range advantage. However, Big Daddy Chaz is going to defend super wide. And I don't know. Maybe Bones is just hoping to get a free river card. Oh, well, you can also just turn an ace.
That also works.
Yeah, and now you can go for value. And, I mean, that's obviously the benefit of betting is that you just maintain the betting lead. You can always improve when you have your 2 overcards to the board. And now let's see how Bones plays this with the ace coming off. 4.2K in the middle. And, yeah, I like this. A nice little small bet. 1.3K. Doesn't need to go big or anything because the ace is great for his range. And Big Daddy Chaz will have to defend his jacks. Probably a good chunk of his 6s. And it's just more money for Bones. Big Daddy Chaz now with exactly a pair of 6s. No other equity to speak of, so just 6 or 7 on the river to improve. But he's stuck and he's not going anywhere just yet.
Yeah, no kidding.
Off to a river we go. Needs a 6 or 7. That's a 10. Bones with the best of it. Once again, chip count's incorrect. Big Daddy Chaz clearly has more than 2.7K behind. That power pink chips right there worth.
It's almost kind of a
5K.
flex when you can have that happen and all of the chip stacks are incorrect. Like, no, I have way more bomb-ass money out there. So, all right, back here to Bones.
The 10 does bring in a little bit of 2-pair combinations, so Bones is going to play this safe. And with the pot as big as it was, like I think this is fine. I mean, some people will say like, oh, you got to go for your third street of value. You know, your first street was just a bluff. So now that you caught up, you got to, or you took the lead.
Yep.
You got to keep blasting. But
That's what they say.
I think it's perfectly fine to just go ahead and check that back, take it down. I mean, obviously that was a really nice pot as it was. You didn't need to face any crazy check raise all in or something like that. So. Well played by Bones, and that's going to do it.
Yep, that is going to be the end of our show. Thank you, Karen. Thank you to everybody who hit like and subscribe. For Aaron McAvoy, I'm Mike Youngblood saying so long, y'all. We'll see you next time. In the words of great Mike Sexton, may all your cards be live and your pots be monsters. Love y'all. Good night.
Good night.